So you know React.js basics and you want to learn Next.js and you are just starting out with Next.js. So I would highly recommend you to build a project, because building project is a most important part of learning something new. If you are learning a new tech skill, if you are learning a new framework or library, then I would highly recommend you to learn by building projects. I recently finished a full stack e-commerce website with Next.js on my YouTube channel, so you can watch it. This is the playlist. There are 4 videos. Each of them is like 2 to 3 hours video. Okay, so it will take you almost 10 hours or 12 hours to finish building this project. And the best part is I have not hidden any of my errors which come along while building the projects. I have shown everything from zero to building a full stack web application. Okay, so you can watch the playlist and benefit from it. So this is what we are going to build. You can assume these are all the product. If you click on add to cart button, this will show you login to continue, and you are a new user, so you will do, you will sign up. So this is our sign up form. So you can put your name here, and let's put some dummy data here. So I have put random numbers, email ID. Let's sign up. It will show loading and successfully signed up. So now we are successfully into the application. We have successfully signed up. Now if we click on the add to cart button, then it will load, and now our cart has 1 item, and we can see after clicking on it. Okay, and let's add some more items. Let's increase its quantity. Let's increase its quantity, and let's also increase its quantity. All the products are shown here on this page, and you can click on the checkout button and it will take you to a Stripe page. Okay, and as you can see, it will take you on the Stripe page, and you can now put the dummy data over here. Okay, so you can put the dummy data of Stripe card 4242. This is a dummy card, and you can put random address and random details here, and click on pay button, and it will successfully accept the payment, and this is our payment. Okay, and now it's showing the status pending because we have not set up the webhook. If you watch the last video, you will know how to customize it and how to work with webhooks to confirm our order. Okay, so now our payment is successfully done, and we have purchased something from this website. So this is whole flow of, so we will move forwards from building the application, and we will build everything from scratch, and we will start the project. So what are the tech stacks? What are the technologies we are using in the project? We will use Next.js, React.js framework, and for CSS we will use Tailwind CSS. And for the database, I am thinking of using Supabase. For backend, we are gonna using Next.js API route. Use the create next app, and we'll make the project code structure, initial project structure. So let's start. We will open the terminal. So we aim today to make. So I think everything is nice and clear as of now. Let's see. Stream health is good. I recognize. So why it is code hang looks like the screen a little bigger. So I make it fix. Now it's looking good. Thing is good and perfect. So let's start. Let's move fast. So to initialize our project, we use npx create next app, and to use the latest version of Next.js, we will use @latest, and it will initialize our project, and it is using yarn package manager to manage our npm, or we can say dependencies inside package.json. Let me tweet it quickly because the viewers are currently 0, and I want few more users to watch. So it is installing all the project files, all the dependencies. So Next.js is a framework built on top of React, so it will install React and all of the other things. And after it has installed, we will move forward by installing Tailwind CSS. Okay, so it has installed successfully. So we will now to open the Visual Studio Code from here. Okay, so if we do change directory into e-commerce app, and we will open the Visual Studio Code by pressing the command code /backspace and dot. So it will open the directory, current directory. Let me tweet it quickly. So we aim for 100 subscriber today. So let's complete the 100 subscriber mark. So it will give me a boost to make more such a awesome videos. So if you are watching this, then give this tweet a like so that more people can join our live. So we have successfully initialized our project of Next.js boilerplate code. Now we will initialize the Tailwind CSS. So today in this stream, I will also teach you how to Google everything, how to make best use of Google. You don't have to remember any of the command or any of the code. You just have to learn how to Google properly. You just have to learn how to view the documentation and make use of documentation to make your application. So it is basic structure of Next.js app. It has pages, the public directory, the styles, all the node modules of different dependencies, package.json. Here all the dependencies lies. So if we install any new dependency, it will show here, and it is the API route. It's like in the Node.js and Express.js, the same functionalities we can see, the same code. It is kind of almost similar. So if we run the code, so to run the code, if we see in the package.json file, and if we are using npm, so we will run npm run dev. But now we are using yarn, so we'll use a yarn run dev because it will run our code on the localhost 3000, which is a default port used by Next. So now this our server is, our application is running on localhost 3000. Click over it, will show us our, I will make half show here. So our application is running. So now we will initialize our Tailwind CSS file. We will initialize Tailwind CSS. How to make use of Tailwind CSS? So we will Google. You don't have to remember the commands. You just need to Google how to use Tailwind CSS. So Tailwind CSS inside Next.js. So it will give us proper documentation. Yes. So it will say npx. We have already initialized our projects, and we will install npm install dependencies, Tailwind CSS, post CSS, and auto prefix. These both dependencies are used for reducing your CSS files, CSS code, CSS extra code, which is not being used in your application. And then it will automatically create a tailwind.config.js, and we will make some changes to it. What it does is it is a like basic such as like next.config.js. It is kind of like that. It is like a project setting, we can. If we want to extend any theme, if we want to install any extra plugin inside of application, we will come here and write down the code to install our any new plugin or to extend our themes. And it is something which Tailwind CSS by default gives us base components and utilities, all the utilities classes, all. So we will copy this and we will move all the code into globals.css, and we will then use, if we will use Tailwind CSS, then it will work nice. So let's install. So as we have used yarn, so we will not use npm install d, we just use yarn. So how to differentiate between yarn.log, between yarn and npm? So if you see here yarn.log file, which means the project is initialized by yarn package manager. But if you see here package.log JSON file, that means the project is initialized by npm. Okay, so here we are running our application into this terminal. So if you want to run any command, we can't run over here. So we have to make the new terminal. So to open the terminal in a new tab, we can click this plus button. So if we click this plus button, it will initialize a new terminal for our, and we can now run our commands here, yarn. And to install any yarn dependency, we don't use install, we use add. So yarn add, and to install them as a what we say, these are the main dependency and these are the dev dependencies, the dependencies which we only need into our dev environment. So what is dev environment? Dev environment is something which we only depend on when we are developing our application. So when we are developing our application, we may need something more. We may need to configure our code, we may need to pretty our code. So all of these things, all of these extra dependencies which we may not need in the production environment are installed in the dev dependencies. So to install dev dependencies, we use this /d, and we will copy here this all three things, and so it will install all three dependencies inside dev dependencies, such like. Okay, so this is complete, and now we will initialize our tailwind.config.js. Yes, so it is installed. I will move fast in the stream so that we are able to finish the whole web app today. Call the API route, we will use like API/hello. See here, it is returning this JSON. So the Tailwind CSS config is configured. Copy, simply copy. Just copy them. You don't need to do anything. Just copy them. So what it does, it goes into these directories and components and pages, and it will remove all the unused CSS, and only then our CSS file will reduce into very small piece of chunk, which is very helpful for SEO and very helpful for page load and many other helpful because of this. Now to install the Tailwind basic, all the utility classes, we will remove all of this, and we will, so now Tailwind is configured and we can safely remove this. We don't need, also we don't need the whole default this thing. Now it will show us error, we have deleted one home module. What, we close our server because we have modified some of the things, so we have reinitialize or remove. And there is a command RAFCE, in which by using it you can fast install the or fast initialize the component code or component. So we cover home simply. Now remove everything. Good everything. Home, if you change the code, it will instantly render, and it is very fast because Next.js recently moved from a different from so to into Rust, and Rust is very fast to like compilation and all the other things, so it's fine and great. So now we will move fast to, so now first we will do, we will make our mock UI. Okay, so we will not use any logic first. We will first build all the mockup of the website. What I means is I will make whole the UI part of the website first, and then we will move toward backend and API, and then all the other. First we will found so in the a simple e-commerce web application, what you will see, you can log in, you will see all the products, you can add to cart, and then you can go and then purchase. So what we need is we need authentication functionality, we need an admin functionality. In the admin functionality, the admin can add the new products and their price and their description, their title, all of the things, and the user will not able to see the admin or admin route, or we can say user will not able to see anything about admin route or admin panel. And if the user comes, he can add the product into the cart and then check out. We will also implement the checkout using Stripe. Okay, and all of the things we will do inside our Next.js code. We will not use any separate backend. Okay, so we will see how the Tailwind is working. You can use the Tailwind utility classes such as text. LG means text large, yeah, and font bold, which means font weight is 700, make it bold. Let's do it. Okay, I will not explain all of the things. I will only explain the critical part of the application because we have time constraint for because of that. So let's build the website. Okay, we want full with height full, and we need header. This is main body and this is footer. We can use flex column inside the header. Now we can get full width, and we will give a specific height to header, such a height of, we can give it, we can make 3 things into the header. All the products. Okay, we don't need anything for that out. We are building minimal e-commerce web application. We are not implementing any bonus functionality or any advanced functionality. We are building a simple web application, a simple full stack e-commerce web application. So sign up, login, admin. Okay, these all are buttons, so we can also make them like a button. Okay, like we will make this to look like, we will use simple colors like black and white because we are not designer, we are coders. We more focus on the logic part. Okay, so we are not messing around here with the design part. We can also use some component libraries such as Daisy UI, Maintain, or there are many. I don't remember all of their names, but here we are just using Tailwind CSS. It gives us a little bit of customization, so we don't have to depend on any other dependency for the whole lot of things. Okay, so it gives us a ability, or it gives us a superpower to customize every little tiny bit of thing. We give some padding, we give some, and we give the text the color of white, looks good, and we will give the border radius is rounded, and we can make it like this by 2. Yes, it looks good and looks good. Now we will do, first of all, we will give, we don't want to give header any padding, but we want to give this margin. So margin my means give the margin on the vertical. My 4 margin is 4, and mx, if we want to center it, mx auto, and give some, so it will center. But to make it look center, we have to give some width to it with some kind of. So to auto complete all of these things, what I am pressing control plus space, control plus space. So it is now centering, not good. So the CSS is something which we play around and until we oversight looks good. Okay, so I think we have no user as of now. It default is flex row. We don't have to write flex row. Okay, we will can give hover, and if we hover this, change the text, change the background to white and give it some border after. So hover :bg white. What does it means? It means if we hover, change the background to white. It is a great utility class of CSS. Okay, see here, background color after now board. Now it's cool. It's pretty cool, huh? We are giving it with full. That's why they are going that side at almost right side of the web page. We will remove the w full. We will make this thing center, or we can also move this thing space around or at the end of right as you wish. You can do anything as it looks good. We don't have any design, so we are just building it. Okay, space justify around. So now it gives the same amount of width to every element, every flex children. Now can copy and paste it 3 times, or we can also fetch all the header elements in from the backend route and then map over all the elements and then show them. But here for simplicity we are just building it. Not looks so great. What we will do, we will some space x4 and mx. Instead of giving it mx2 kind of, and make our website name like e-commerce web application, simple title or a h1 heading to give our website a name. Let's say e-commerce web app, simple e-commerce web app with Next.js. Okay, cool. Now you will notice it is going to make it to the end of at the left side. What we will give the margin at the right side auto margin, right? Or you see it comes over the left side. Okay, and we will make it nice by giving it some font code to center this among the y-axis. What we will use item center. So item centers center all the elements of the flex along the y direction. If the flex direction is row, and if the flex direction is column, then vice versa. 4 is too much and y2 was good. And we can also give some background color to our bg gray color. How about gray color 5, so it looks ugly. We just want our app to not look ugly. We can also focus on responsiveness of the web application, but as of now we are just focusing on the big screen or the laptop or computer. Now we will build all the main section. Also we can define our demo products here. So for demo products we can use libraries such as faker.js, which will give us demo data to play around. Package, we can install it. Yes, you see here we will install it as a dev dependencies because we don't want to use it on product. So we can use Faker to generate random emails, generate random names, random images. Okay, you will see a lot of fake things, address, everything, generate, and the types of image. Default provides an plus image provider. Okay, and also give height, width, height, random. You can also customize images, animals, business, data, URI, everything. So we can use it to generate random data. We'll make a simple seed.root. We will make a seed.js. Inside we will import our Faker. We will initialize our product, and we will save in a we will save into a variable fake product. So how many fake products do you want to generate? So let's assume we want to generate 10 or 20 fake products. So we will run a loop and we will run a loop 10 times and generate fake products and push them into our fake products array. Okay, simply we can also use for each or array dot from. Length of the array is 10 and we'll use for each. Okay, and see here the so what is giving me the suggestion, it is called GitHub Copilot. It gives us code suggestion, and we can press the tab to make it complete. Okay, but like it is giving name, price, image, description, so it is kind of good. Okay, yeah, so every time we will see different products, or we can log to the console of products what it generates. Run this saying so.log is not support. You can just export. How about export? So.log will work. So this is the, we can say, the pitfall, or no, pitfall is not a good word. We can say it is a disadvantage of using GitHub Copilot. Like sometimes you have to debug the suggestion code, which makes your time a little bit more than just writing on your own. What we will use to not see it because it is in our root file. See, please showing me some error. Errors are a part of programmer's life. You can't avoid error. So what is happening? You cannot use import statement outside a mode. So if we use in the pages, so it will work. But here is also another problem. Inside the pages, everything you write is considered as a route. So to make things little bit more, you have to move them into API. Now you can say product pro, yes, and you can return out if someone calls this. You make a request to product, again another error. So sometimes GitHub Copilot did some mistakes So you can see here the random gives us some of what about a random to generate fake or to generate a unique we can use instead of UU. You can use string, it gives us UU. You can check all of the other things, go step copilot messes around and did all things wrong. Okay, don't use it next time. Try to rely on your own code instead of first name, and you can do anything. Find name, it will give you a full name. You can even customize it and price. There is something called so which, let's say we want to build a sports, it gives us sports image and name of the product is all product short. We don't department dot any card. We want to show sports, so what material it will return as a material. We want price, so we can generate a random number instead of dot number. Generate number. We want the price to be less than 100, so we can generate max 100, and minimum we can give it some options like this. Minimum price is 50 and maximum price is 100. All of this in dollar gives us a sports image. Generate a sports image will give us product name, but product name is related to sports. We are not sure. So what we can do here is incredible soft close. Let it be. We will figure it out. Let's generate as of now. So product it will be my product name sports. Now it like you export this default handle, function handler, and then question response object, and then you can return. So if we are not using arrow function, we have to use the function keyword. Now let's like yes, it returns all of the product name, and it will return every time different products. It is not returning different products because we have pushed all of the project into this, and it will run one time and it will return the same product every, because we have saved the fake products. Okay, and to pretty this we can install an extension called make JSON prettier. It is an extension which you can use. JSON prettier, install in Chrome. JSON formatter, yeah. You will see all the data is formatted. Okay, we will use Postman to further test out our APIs, but as of now we are just moving for it. We're moving forward with it. Okay, so all the products ID here, name here, price, image, this, and we also need stock of the product so that we can tell if the product is out of stock or not. So stock, why it is not giving me minimum we need a 10 stock and max we need 100. Okay, give us faker dot random. Okay, data top. Now the stock is 80. Okay, now stock is there. We can make it reduce. We can do everything with. Now we are not using any database. We will soon implement a table, and we will use Supabase to store data in our tables. We will use PostgreSQL. Okay, so why not move forwards and let make a Supabase account and use it. It is free based. Sign in with GitHub, or we can. I don't have. Let's create. So I will change the password. It's cool. Let's call e-commerce make sense. So you can see why it needed fail unauthorized. Why it needs. I'm trying Supabase for first time. Why it is suggesting me? Looks like there is a bug in Supabase. We are using a password. I will change the password after some time. I will change the I will change without, and now we can make our database region where we want. Let's all of the things let them as default, and let's in it will take some time. Let's move forward and build our website mock. So we have our data. So now we will render our data and show it here. So if you want to use arrow function here, what you have to do is const handler is equal to request response, and then like this, because it is not an async function, and then you can export default handler. And let's render to call the API route. We can use any third-party library, which is React Query, SWR, RTK Query, and there are a lot of libraries out there. But here for simplicity, we will just use effect hook, and inside the use effect hook, we will call the API and then store all the result in the state, and then we will render all the results here. Okay, let's go. So use effect is a hook which is used for running side effects in the app, like if your website component mount, so if it mounts and then any change in state, you can re-render the use effect hook, and it is very useful, but it is quite difficult to use in big applications. That's why we use for API fetching, we use any third-party libraries such as React Query, RTK Query, or other. Let's go. And this return is used for like we are registering any event to listen for some events. Then we have to remove all the events listener after our components unmount from our application or dashboard, or we can say web app. Sometimes it may reflect in our memory efficiency, or it may sometimes leak memory. That's why it is necessary to remove the event listener or set timeout or anything you are listening to, okay, or subscribing to. You can unsubscribe here. That's why we use this. Now let's call our API. So now we don't need it. We just want to run our use effect for the first time. That's why we will use an empty array. So we will const not HTTPS, only HTTP localhost, and we can call any API route after that. Now also we will use Axios. Axios is a great library can use to call over API. We can also use fetch, but I prefer Axios. So let's first define a state of products, head products, and an array, empty array. It is a state. Let's put all the use state and then we will call the. So how we will call the library? Okay, to call over API route, what we will do? We'll just make a function get. Okay, and it is a async function because we will use async await async data, which we will get from Axios.get, and we can call the API route API like this. Have also API slash console.data what we are receiving. We'll see what it seems. Okay, we will to call this we are getting all over product. Now we will render a price store, and now we will set the product. Now we have over product. We can see them, see all our products here, but make them beautiful so the user don't see JSON data all over. Let's take a quick break, and I will come again and we will continue. Break is complete. Let's move forward. Okay, so where we are, we have to render all our products here. Okay, so we will move everything outside of the index.js or home component. We will make every different component out of it, and we will make our organization a little bit more readable and a lot more better than as of now. First of all, we will build everything and then we will separate out all the components. Okay, so to render product, what we will do, we will first check if the products are here. Okay, products and products dot length is greater than. Why we are doing this? Because it is necessary. If you don't do this, then there is a chance that your app code crashed because of undefined error in the JavaScript. Then we will make all our components. So inside the main, let's make a section. Inside all those sections, render our component and give it some padding and margin. Give 4 and padding of 4, and give flex row is default and flex wrap so that more than one component can come on the next row. And then what we will do, okay, here we have to map our element. Yes, we can also do it here, or doesn't matter. So we have, if we don't have a ID, then we will use index as a key, but as of now we have ID. You can see we have generated a unique ID. That's why we will use ID as a key, unique ID. Because why we use ID? Because React differentiates all the products which we will list from their keys. React doesn't know if we don't specify the key. It will re-render all of the components again and again. So it will affect our performance of the app. That's why we have to use a key. Otherwise it will give us a warning and it will hamper our performance of the application. Product.id. Now it is not giving us auto completion because we haven't used TypeScript. If you have used TypeScript, then it will know that product has ID and name and all the other. That's why it is very necessary, or it is very best practice to use image or to use the TypeScript inside the production ready application. As of now we are building just for fun, then it's not needed. You can just build it around and play it. Okay, so we have given this. Let's just render the product name as of now. Product name, and let's give padding of 4. Just give some border. Good, it's good. Give some margin. We can give here space. Instead of giving every element, we can give here space x4. So this property gives every element instead of first element, it gives every element the margin right of 4 rem, like, and we can space and give it a specific height on, or we can also make it grid so that it looks nice. So if we use grid, let's do this much easy. So grid, we want to make 3 columns, 1 2 3 for the products. Okay, 3 columns and then space. If we are using grid, we will use space or gap. We can also use gap 6, so it will give like beauty. This looks beautiful, and we can also play it around so it looks good. Okay, to make our app responsive, we can pass down some things such as after the large screen, make columns 4, grid calls 4. If the large screen occurs, columns are small screen occurs, the columns are 3. So this is a huge use of grid and grid column. Tailwind CSS makes this very easier for us. So now the products are listed. Now we will render the image. For image, we have image component inside Next. Let me show documentation for the image. So it is a very best thing in the Next. We can use it. So it has already some advantages over plain image tag, such as optimization. It optimizes over app. It lazy load over apps. Okay, it's very best to make S3 to product name, and we want image product description. So what we are returning here, so let console.log, so we can see what is the little bit big, so we can truncate it. Okay, so there is a class in Tailwind CSS which get truncate it automatically. I'm not remembering it. It is truncate or something. Truncate. Okay, yes, it is truncate. So what it does is, if the text is greater than, it's overflowing, or it's greater than its width, then it will make the dot text, so that it comes inside the component or inside the given width. Okay, now let's go, and we will give product name a little bit bigger height, or bigger font weight, or a greater font XL, not text semi bold. Yeah, and let's make this a flex and give some margin around y-axis of 2 is make this flex column, and if we hover over it, we can give it some effects like hover after hovering 105. Also make after hover border 2. Okay, if we have to give transition and transform property if we are using scale over it. Instead of making border, we can just say it's nice, no? We are just playing around with Tailwind. Isn't Tailwind CSS beautiful? Please comment what are your thoughts on Tailwind. Now we will render the image. Okay, let's make a div. Let's give it some aspect ratio, aspect of square, aspect of video, so that if we upload any image of our product, then we will upload it to 9:16 so that it remains constant all over of our app, like this. Okay, now we will render a product. Give product node name, width and height we are not giving it. We will give layout equal to fill, and we will give object cover is object fit is cover, and we will give it as a relative property. If we will not give it relative, then it will cover all the width of the container, and it will stretch the image, and things will get messed. It is always advised to use relative property if we use cover in the image tag. Okay, remember. Now it will say host name is not configured under images in your next.config.js. So what we can do, it is a warning. So if we are using image component, then we have to specify from which domain we are using the image, or which host name we are using the images. So inside the next.config.js, what we will do, you just click on follow the instruction as given in the here. Okay, so module.exports next config and images domain dot, and specify every domain separated by commas which you will use for the image. Here we are using loremflickr.com, so here we will specify loremflickr.com, and we now have modified the next config.js file. That's why what we will do, we will re-render our server. Okay, see, it gives us a notification. The found a change in next.config.js. Restart the server to see the change. So now we will restart. Now if we refresh this, all of the here is a problem. All of the components are showing the same. We don't want same, and also we want to look all of them. What we can, if we refresh every time, it will render different, because we are using Faker, and it generates again in different text or different. So what we can do, instead of the title is getting a little bit of off, so we can also use a truncate text. Now it is what we can say, it is all looking constant, as good as same. They are not looking different. Now what we will do, it changes the opacity. Okay, it changes now this all the products, they are not looking like products. So what we will do is the product, they should look like products. Okay, at least we can do that. So instead of doing commerce dot product, we can see the fake. We want the images of sport faker though. No, let's change the product. We want the image other text. What about, they all are same images. What is happening here? So let's give it some width and randomize. This method is different, so let's not worry about that. We have just assume that they are all our products, and we want to purchase. So what we will do, after going on a e-commerce website, we will click on a buy now button, or we will click on add to cart button. Two different functionalities we can do. So we will also add the two buttons. So same, we can use the same button over here also. Same button. Image, it's a division, product name, product description, product image, and we will use a division and two buttons. Buy now, add to cart. Two things user can do after going on code, and we can paste add to, yeah, buy now, add to cart. We can also, we are building a minimal website, so we are not considering to add any icons or any fancy stuff. We will just build the functionalities so that we can buy product. Simple as. Okay, now we have to implement the functionalities. Okay, we are not implementing the footer. You can implement that as exercise. Take it as exercise. We are not implementing. We will implement authentication we will make the products and we will implement the payment. We will implement the payment, how the user will get the payment, and after that we will build the admin panel. We will think of all about that after. Let's build the admin. Okay, you see here the buttons. Okay, let's forget about responsiveness to fix SpaceX to after LG. Now if you see W full, so that's the end. The large screen, we remove horizontal margin to 0 and vertical margin space to. So are we doing correct? Oh, matched up. It's working good. And now we can remove that. If you remove that, only remove the horizontal direction pad, horizontal direction padding, not the vertical direction pad. PY1 is acceptable, I think. Point. So now let's build the admin panel. We have products, we have header, and we have everything. Anything. Okay, the price, we forgot to mention the price, so let's put the price inside product price. We will also implement model kind of functionality. If the user click on the image or on the title or on the description, a model will open and show all the details of the product. Okay, that will be a good user experience. We have to think about user experience because it's the user who is gonna use the web, not we are using. We can even read JSON objects, but a user doesn't. We have to think about here. Some things are a little bit good. What is happening? X direction is space x2, so we have to remove the space x00. Good. Okay, so is there any problem after LG? Give it. So in the Tailwind CSS, always remember this thing about responsiveness from a smaller screen to bigger screen, not from bigger to smaller, because the utility classes inside Tailwind are implemented like this. So after LG screen, you will give space x2, which we know we don't need it. We need it, yeah. We need it. And we have to give height full or something so that it looks better. Yeah, and we have to take care of the y spacing also. Space y after LG, remove the space. See now it will look constant changes and look. So now we will implement the admin page. So Next.js has a functionality of file system routing, which means if we make files inside our pages directory, it will automatically consider them as a new route. Like, let me show you live example. So we want to show an admin panel. Okay, so inside the pages directory, we will make a new file. We will make them admin.js, and then we will make it as a component, admin component or admin page. It's much more accurate. So this is our admin page. Okay, so let me show you what are the extension I am using to auto complete it all. I am using all these extensions. So the most important extension, let me show you. So the main extension which I am using is React Native Snippets. Okay, this is the first extension you have to install. It is recommended and it makes your life much more easier in generating the boilerplate of components. After that, I am using Prettier. This is code formatter. It will automatically format your code after saving. And after this, we can have, yes, these two are the most important extension, I will say. And as you go, you will find a lot of extension you can install. Okay, and also for Tailwind CSS, you can install the Tailwind its own extension. Tailwind has its own IntelliSense extension. It will suggest you its classes, like I was doing like this. So let me give you quick tip. If you want to, let's see, if you want to writing BG and you are not seeing any auto completion, so what you will do, just press Ctrl plus space. It will show you all the recommendation here. You can use here. You can use them. So let's remove this and let's see how it's working on. To go to that route, we don't have to implement any routing file or any routing feature. Just we can use the use router hook and it gives us a router. See this, you can use the use router hook. It gives us a functionality to use router, and the router gives us many things like query params and many things you will see by practicing and building the project. And let's, after clicking the admin button, it should go to on click. Okay, so we will start it on click and it's take a function, or we can pause the inline function as this, like this, and arrow function and router dot. We are taking router from, okay, we have not import the use router hook from Next.js, so we will import. So it will give us auto completion like router dot. These all are the functionalities are given by already implemented. So if we want to go to admin route, we can also use the link tag provided by Next.js, or we can use the router. Here we are using the router push./admin. So it will take us to the admin. You can also use link tag in the next. You can use the link tag like this, or you can use the router as I shown you here. Both can. Now we click on admin. It will take us to the admin. So we want our header on every page of our Next.js application. For that, we can make a separate component which we name a layout, and we can pass it children's and it will render the children's as it owns. Let me show you what I'm saying. Let's make a directory sr. Inside all of the pages and components are there. Let's move the pages directory inside the src directory. Move into this, and our application will crash, don't worry about it. And let's make another folder, components. Okay, and we also have to modify one file, and let's also move the styles file into the src. Everything we write or everything we have to do with code, okay, we will move that into the src folder. Now what we will do, we will modify the node next code tailwind config, because we have used dot slash pages. Now it is not dot slash pages, it is dot slash src slash dot slash. Okay, now it will, now what, rerun or see all the images rendered, because the tailwind css now is not working now. Why is that? Let's have it. Why is the tailwind css not dot slash src slash pages? Okay, type dot slash src instead of dot slash. We can just do sr, because we have to define the route, or we have to define the path sr. Copy the relative path. See here, it's only sr. Tailwind config are missing thing. Errors are the part of what we have to figure it out. Why is not working? Dot slash is default, and dot slash src, which means inside this src and then inside this page. Yeah, it should work. Everything is correct. Then what is happening? Okay, this thing. To open the terminal, what you press Ctrl plus tilde, the button below the escape button. Okay. Why this is? Because there is this next folder, .next folder, and what it does, it already created some of the components, some of the code, and it set up all of the paths. So we have to delete this thing, because it has all our static and server files, all our things cache. So we have to delete all of this, because it has done all of the things with the default routes which we previously have. But as of now, we moved everything into src folder, so we have to delete this folder, so that next can build re-render, and next can build everything from newly built path as we have suggested. Okay, so we have to delete this .next folder. Now what we will do is, now we will run npm dumdev. It will see working. So that's the catch here. So you have to be a little bit of patience, because patience is the key in the development world. If you don't have patience, if you don't able to resolve an bug or any issue in 5 hours, on 10 hours and 15 hours, then don't worry, just relax a bit, or just ignore it for a while, or just think about something else, and then come back. You will definitely able to solve it. Thing is now working. And if we go to admin panel, now admin is showing. What I'm saying is, I'm building a layout page. Build a layout page. We can make a folder inside the component directory, and then the layout, and then inside it can define index.js, and we can also make a separate for product, and inside it we will initialize our product, or we can capitalize it. Always remember to use uppercase, first letter uppercase for any component. If you not use the case sensitive, if you not use a default in conventions, then your app will not render. Okay, so this is the main thing to remember. Now product and index.js, we will build it out. Single product, it is a component for single product. It is a layout, it accepts children. Okay, the layout component, it accepts single children. So always give this prop name children, because if you will not give the children as prop name, React will understand it as a simple prop. Okay, so that will make things a little bit of difficult for you, which cannot be rendered inside it. Okay, so what I'm saying is, this is we can just move it into the layout section. Okay, header, we want header on every page, so we will move header here, and we are using router here, so we will just initially use router hook, and we will give this, because we want it as and it will render the children here. Okay, so children are the React nodes which we will render, and we can pass inside two tags, and it will render them. So now we want to render the main component here and remove this thing. We can use layout. So the layout is imported here, and we can pass now any children here, and it will go to render here. Okay, I hope you have understood. If you have not, please comment it out. I will make another video how layout things are working. So now for the admin pane, we also want here the layout. Now header appears here, we can go back, it appears here, all the products go admin, it appears here. Okay, and for the product we want, this is the component of product. So we'll take and we will paste it, we'll import the image component. This is generally how I build web apps. Okay, you are seeing live workflow of building production ready web application. Okay, product is what does the three dot does is they like, let me quickly explain you. If you pass the product whole as a props, you don't need to pass like product.id is equal to product.id, product.name is equal to product.name. You can directly do like this. Okay, and here product, and you will receive everything. You don't need to do anything here. Okay, so now if you go to back, see here all the props are passed as a product, and we can use that. Now look, our main component, our home component looks very clean. That's your admin page, which we will need to manage our products. So how many products are there, product is in stock, and how many orders have been placed, everything you have to see in the admin. We will not make this app complicated. We will simply add the functionality to add a product and reinitialize the stock of any product, edit any product, and all the simple functionalities we will do. So here you can edit some comments like to do a product, delete. You can also delete a, that's all. Also you can edit a product, add a category. We are not going into the category and all. We will just make a minimal e-commerce web. To comment, you have to press command plus backslash, and if you are on Windows, control plus slash to comment out any code, any line of code. To comment out the whole more than one line, no, you have to select the code you want to comment and then press command plus backspace or control plus back again to uncomment or comment. Okay, see all of the things. And now as of, let's make database table for products, users, and make a relation and all of the cool things. Then in the future, tomorrow or day after tomorrow, we will implement more functionalities. Okay, implement some tab. We are using Supabase. We will also implement authentication, database, and all of here are our keys. You can see all of the demo repos. You will get to know how to use Supabase. Okay, I haven't used till now. This is my first project. Very cool startup. You can see all of them. You can see all the. They have their own library, which you can use to fetch the to-dos and all of the cool things you can do. Add to-do, fetch to-dos, delete to-dos. So instead of to-dos, we will fetch the products, we will delete the products, we will edit the product. Okay. And if you see the library, how the things are implemented, so import create client, it is much useful and it's very great, and it makes our life easier in fetching the API, fetching the data. Okay, from the data. And for security, we can implement row level security as suggested, as you can as here Supabase details progress Postgres row level security. You can implement securities like this, create policy, individual can create, check auto.uid is equal to user ID. So you can implement all of these things, and you can see the code and understand what the code is trying to say and implement on your own also. Okay, so let's first of all let's make the database table we want. Okay, or instead let's try auth first. Configuration GWT expiry. Let's do not make any changes to the default code. Let it be email auth, double confirm email changes, email confirm changes, email custom. If you have custom SMTPs, then you can also use them. This is also very cool. You can enable phone auth, you can enable external auth provider like Apple, GitHub, Google auth. Okay, we will just, as of now, we will just use email, or we can also use Google. Okay, we can see logs here, we can see SMS, we can customize everything. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Invite. So we can see the documentation of how to implement the authentication. Okay, we have storage where we can add the product images. Okay, create a new bucket, create bucket to store and server any type of digital content. Make your bucket private and public depending on your security. Let's create it's a public bucket product image where everyone can use. Instead of giving it name product image, just give it product, and we will create the image folder inside. It's very cool. You don't have to worry much about any. You can also upload table. Now we will implement our tables. Okay, create a new table. What are the tables? We use table to store the data. First table is our user table, then we have product table, then we have orders table, how many orders are there. Then we will have, yes, as of now we have three, or we can have cart table. Okay, we have cart table. So these four tables. User can have multiple orders. Okay. User can only have one cart. If the cart is filled as of now, then user have to remove the cart and again fill out the cart. User can have only one cart. One cart can be only used by one user. One user can have many products, and user will have two security roles. One is admin and another one is simple, a general users. We will make the table use enable row level. Yes, we can enable row levels restrict to the by enable writing. Enable real time broadcast changes on this table to authorize. We don't need to enable real time. So ID is already created. It is need that, and username we can use username. We will call text or varchar, and it is it allowed to be null or not? Allow it is null or fine. We don't need username. We can just name or first name or just call it name. We can also implement composite primary. As of now we are is nullable. Is it can be nullable. The name can be nullable. Yes, we don't need name of you. We just need their email address to contact. We need name, email. That's what we need password. We will not save the exact password provided by user in the data. We will hash the password, then we will save. Okay, remember this thing for security. We will always hash the password, then we'll save it. And if we need to verify, then we will use the hash function to verify with the user input password and the stored password in our database, and then match. If it is correct, then we will give them access to our website and login successful, and otherwise we will tell them that your username or password is wrong. This is a standard process in web development, and it is also where it cannot be null. Email cannot be null. In the setting we can is nullable, is not nullable, is unique. Yes, okay. So it is not nullable and it is unique. Password can also be, it's not necessary we do it as unique, because many users can have same password. Okay, but we can make this is not nullable. If the password value is not provided, the database is not will not able to save the password into the DB. So name, email, as of now we will save them, and further after implementing the table we will implement the relationship between the tables. Okay, save as of now. I am not enabling the row level security. I will make further videos, and we'll make more videos about Supabase and how to implement row level security and how to work. So now we have user table. Now we will make another table which is product has product. We can also implement updated it, but I think we don't need update. We just need, okay, we forgot to add the role of the user. We can make role admin or a non-admin user. Okay, we will do stock is a number, 2 byte integer, 4 byte integer, float. What we will select for int 4, we can use int for int 2 byte in a stock is nullable, or is nullable. Stock is not null. What we need, everything we have done over there. Description can be null. Name of the product name, it cannot be null. Product name cannot be null. Description may be null or not. Now we will add image. After storing the image inside the storage bucket, we will get the URL and save it as a string inside the image. It can also be null. The things which cannot be null is stock name, price of the it can't be null. Created a stock, how many stock, option name, image, price. Any other thing we need, we can add. Now we will need to make a relationship of this table with user table. So user can have many order. User is not bind to have only one order. Okay, user can have many orders. So we will make it a little different. It can have only a user can have many orders, but one order can have only one user. Okay, so it is a one to many relationship between user to product. Okay, here we will give, it can't be null. User ID must be present for, if not user ID, who is purchasing the order? That is thing we have to think. It gives all of, I'm using the Supabase first time, but it's nice now user ID, and modify the row, how edit table, users can, so that was the product table, not orders table. So a product is independent, a product is not any, a product is an independent thing. It is not dependent on any, but a order can have many. All cards or ID, it is index implement another order ID, order created. What are the others? So order have product, order can have many product. One thing we can do is product. Now here we can do this kind of thing, or we can implement another table in which we can define the, like, one column is product can have multiple orders, and orders product, and orders can have products, and orders have many to many relationships. So we will implement a new row, new table. Inside one column is product ID and another order ID, so we can query them quickly without, as of now this is this switch table, but one order can have only one user. A user can have multiple orders. So here find the order ID, user ID. That's all. We don't need anything in the order, but we can say the order is, we will figure it out what are the things we need, or we will see a real life example of a full stack, or we can say a real life example of e-commerce web application. Then we will see how the things are working in that application. Then we will make the necessary changes in our tables. Okay, so as of now, order product, one thing is code. We can make code cart, or we can not make cart. Why it is the need of cart? Yes, we can save the cart in the DB because we need to save the cart. Okay, if the user get refresh the page, the state is gone, then he or they have to add the products again. So if we have something like Redis database, we can also use that for cart. We don't need to make our app more complicated. So let's make another one called cart table. What does a cart has? A user has only cart, and the cart has only one cart. Okay, it relates between it has, we can use, and a cart. What does a cart have? A cart has product has products. Product we can implement as an app, and a cart is it's nullable. A product, it will store all the ID. Card product for failed foreign key constant card products cannot be. See, I think we have made some, we have to remove. Let's make figure it. Card order product in. Now we implemented basic tables, and we will figure out what relations each of one have from other one. Okay, we'll see. So that's all for this video. If you found this video helpful, and if you learned any little thing in the video, then please give some suggestions and check out clubofwaters.com. I'm going to host a workshop in which I will implement an Instagram clone with this time Firebase. Okay, so this may be come out on YouTube, I'm not sure, but this is going to be live workshop in which I will implement the Instagram clone by using Firebase, and Firebase has database file store, which is a NoSQL database. Currently we are using SQL database to implement the e-commerce web application. In the SQL database, you have to understand the relationships and all the tough things, we can say them. One time you understand, then it will be very easy for you to figure it out how things work. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you everything as of now. We will continue to build this application until next time. In today's video, we will build the remaining part of our full stack web application. We are building a e-commerce web application. Okay, so let's see a demo of what we are going to build, and let me check if the stream is okay or not. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes. So the stream is working perfectly, and if you hear sound a little bit loud, then tell me please. I will make the sound volume low. Okay, let's see how it is. Yeah, it's working nice. Good. So this is what are we gonna build. Okay, so we can sign up, login. Okay, so first we are here. If we try to buy now or add to cart, so it will add to cart. Like we can increase or decrease the amount, the quantity of a product. Okay, we can click on the buy now button, and it will take us to a Stripe page. In the Stripe page, we will give our payment details and check out. Okay, so we will implement the payment and security of the application in the next video. So our next video is only focused on payment integration and security of our web application, how admin and customer. So we have two roles in a user table. So we have a column name role. So it has two values. first one is admin or second one is customer. So we will see how we are gonna implementing the security in our application. Okay, let me reduce the sound a little bit more, and so let's have a look at it. Okay, so let me open the console, and we are in the network tab. We'll see how things are gonna work. So sign up, we will click on sign up. We will put our name, so I will put on my name. We will put a demo email, hello@word.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sign up, so it will sign up. Okay, so user already exists, so I have already registered a user with hello@word.com. okay, so let's change the email. Okay, it is me. So let's sign up. So we have successfully signed up into our application. Okay, yeah. So if you have any question, please ask in the chat box. And now we are logged in. Okay, now we can see our cart. So now the cart is empty. We can add to cart, add product. We can add product to the cart. Okay, let's. So this is working fast because the cart functionality is implemented using local storage. And after we click on this, so these are all the product we have selected. So we can increase the product or we can decrease the quantity. Okay, and if we check out, it will register an entry in our database table. So if we click on the checkout, it will load and it will order place successfully. After placing the order, we can clean up our cart or we can do many things, but here is the demo of what I have built so far. And today we are gonna build this whole functionalities. Okay, so let's have a look. So in the first part of our live streaming, we have built simple grid and all the functionality needs to be implemented now. Okay, so let's see our Supabase admin panel. So first we will implement our tables in our database, and then we will implement the authentication, and after that we will implement the cart functionality, and after that we will implement the checkout functionality. So we will go step by step. So I think, yeah. So e-commerce web app, we can restore the project because I'm sorry, because I was too busy doing projects of my freelance clients, so that's why I was not able to come live. So today we will build the application, and in this week we will also implement the payment integration and remaining things like payment integration and other. So here is our table editor. Okay, so it will take some time to restore our project. Let me post on Instagram so that few. So okay, so let's aim for 100 subscribers in this tutorial. Okay, so I'm posting on Instagram so that someone can join our live stream. If you have any recommendations, okay, what we should build in our further live streams, please give so that we can benefit from the community. Okay, so I have posted. Let's start building now. So where we have left, if you are watching, just keep commenting on what we should build and what not, and keep giving any feedback if you have. Okay, so this is our dashboard, and now our project has been restored. So these are the tables we have made. Okay, so there is something in the Supabase called row level security, row level policies, which we can use to secure our app, so that we can allow some users to have access to some data, and some users who don't have access to data, we can deny them. So this is how it works. Okay, so let's delete everything. We will build this from scratch. Okay, let's delete everything. I will also push the source code up to till now, so that you can, if you want to watch this live stream, you can also do if you haven't watched the previous one. Okay, so I will make a repository and I will push the code. So e-commerce. So this is what where we have left in the past, in last part. Okay, so we have built. So let me close my application. So let's create a Git repository, and I will push the code so you can grab it and continue building the application from this part onwards. Okay, so you don't have to watch the previous part. Okay. I can add myself to this app so that I can able to push the code. Let me take the access. Now the code is up. You can get the code from here. I am putting the link in the description so you can continue with us. So I have updated the description. Please refresh the page to see the changes. First, let's go into authentication. Supabase has a great documentation, so we can follow out. So we are toggling it off because we don't want to confirm an email. We can pause this for now, and if you want to use this feature, you can use secure email. So now we will so here is authentication. If you want to learn any other thing than this video, you can follow these resources. These are great. So this is great documentation given here. So we will install this Supabase JS client library. Okay, we can use this. in our application. So this is our source folder. We have components, we have pages, we have styles. Now we will make another component named utils, and inside it we will make, it is also given in the instruction, if you follow here. So I'm looking for a quick start. Where is it? I have. So this is a great documentation. We can see everything here. Now we can use this instead if we can here. What is our enum key and here. Here we can change, we can customize everything. Even we can put our own custom SMTP like Amazon Amazon simple mail service or anything we like. So I'm looking for the API keys here. Here it is. So this is the project URL. This is our NN key. We will create two environments variable. One is this NN key and another one is project URL. So next public Supabase URL, okay, and here it over URL. and the other one is nn key. We will call it next public Supabase nn key. This will be used to okay. So I am not audible. Why is that? Let me check what is the problem. Everything is good. Hello world. Yeah, we'll speak. But we are building a web application which is huge, so it will take us 2 to 3 hours live stream. So if I will speak loudly, then I will not be able to finish the web application. That's why I am being patient. So if you are a coder, you need to be patient. You have to be a little bit of patience, because you cannot build anything out of, like we can say it, hurry. Okay, so you need to look up on the documentation. You need to build on things. Okay, so keep patience. So here our API keys, please do not copy these API keys. I will change them, or I will lead the project after this live stream. So here we will initialize our project like this is given in the documentation. Create client, here we over, so we can use dot what we name here. So if we hover over it, we can see Supabase URL. So this is our Supabase URL. And this is our nn key, and we can export it so that we can use it in other components or other pages, right? So now it's ready, and so for the authentication we will use the context API and use reducer hook, so that we don't have to do any probe drilling inside the components. We can use context hook, and then we can access to the all the properties or all the values. We can see that. So let's first build the database tables, and let's finish the database columns. Okay, so it's good. So we are not implementing the row level security. We will see the security and payment part in the next video. So name. So name can't be null. Okay, it's not nullable. Now what we need after email, we need email. Okay, so we can save email inside it. Or email is used in authentication purpose, so we don't need this field. We just need name, yeah, and the role. So now the role is only simple one role, but in the future video we will implement two roles. One is customer and one is admin. And admin can create product and delete product or edit product. Okay. Please don't comment. If you have a serious doubt, please comment, then otherwise it will. So that's all we need. We can change the name to full name so that it will clear out. Let's remain it is as it is, and we are done. Okay, so where is, okay, so let's, if you are not able to see, I will shrink my screen. So let's save this table. So this is our user table. Now we will have product table and order table and order item. And for the cart functionality, we will use local storage so that our application will be much faster. For the cart functionality, we can use something like JSON data or something like, we can say, which is not as big as database, because if you use database for cart functionality, it will be not good solution for it. Okay, we can use Redis for the cart functionalities, which will be better. So we are not implementing cart, we are just implementing order. So first we will see the product. Okay, so in the product we have ID, we have created it when the product is created. And another thing is product name, which is text, which is not nullable. Then we will have price, we will have stock, how much stock of the product in our inventory. We will have image of the product, we will have description. So name, description. So description could be nullable. Description can be nullable. We have stock, which is int. Stock is also not nullable, or we can say it is nullable. Okay, it is not nullable. If the stock is 0, we can specify the exact value 0. Okay, and the price of the product, which is also it. And what are the other things? Image. So we will put the image URL here, which we will got from buckets. So Supabase also have storage buckets, which we can use to upload images or upload anything we want. Okay, So this is a great thing Supabase gives us. Image. So it can be nullable, price should not be nullable. So we should give a default value to it. Name, description, price. If stock, it is 0. Default value should be 0. And price, if not specified, we have to specify the price of the product. And image, okay. So this is all we need for a product, not much, because you can see if we see our first part of the video, we have hard coded the data, or we have used faker.js. Here it is. In the product, we have used this ID, name, price, image, description, stock. So that's all. Okay, so what query do you have? So product user, and we will create a table. Called order item. So how is this gonna work? So we have, if the user clicks on the checkout button, we will create a order, and we will use that order ID for our order items, so that we are not using an array into our order, because that will be not efficient for scalability. And if you use the order item in order, so that will be a scalable solution. So that's why we are using. And if we have to find the order items of a particular order, we will use Supabase API query, like give me the order items of this order ID. So it will give us all the orders. So we can make a scalable app like this. The video is paused. I don't know video is paused or not. It is working. Please refresh your page. Let me check. Okay, so what's covered before? So before we have, let me show you what we have covered before. So before we in the first part, we just implemented a static website. The website is not functional. In today's video, we will make it functional. So let's see. We are fetching the data from Faker API, or it is a demo data which we used a Faker library to generate the data, and we are showing all the products. Okay, good. So these are all the products, and if we see the product, so the buttons are not functional and the authentication is not working. If we see the header part, okay, so these all are not working. So in this video, we will make them functional. We will implement everything. Okay. So let's go where we are. Let's go where we were. Okay, so we are. So we will create an order, and then we will use order items. So this is an order table. So how we will identify which user has placed this order. So for that we will use the reference to the user. So a user can have many orders, okay, but a order can be only one. So it is one to many relationship between user and order table. So here we are. So what's the status of this order? Okay, so in the next video we will implement 3 status: pending, or 2 status basically, pending and placed. So if the payment is pending, then the status is pending. If the payment has been done, the status is okay, checkout, or we can say done, anything. Okay, so let's go. So status is, we can say, default is pending. Okay, status is default is pending. And another thing is user ID. We just need user ID. So the user ID is a reference to the user table, so that we can make a query like this: give me all the orders of these users. So if the user click on the orders button in their web application, he can see all his or her past orders. So that's how it will work. So we can give the reference by clicking on this button, and we will give the reference to the user table. So here is our user table, and we will select the ID. Okay, so here it is, and that's all we need for the order table. It is as simple as that. So it's not nullable, default value is pending, status is pending, default values, and if the payment is done, the status is placed. Okay, so this is our order table. Save this. Ensure that all your assigned type. Okay, so status is not assigned type, so let's do it text. We can make it an enum, so we will do this in next part. Okay, so this is, let's save this table. So the only and last table we need is order item, which have a reference to the order table. Okay, so that's how it works. A user can have many orders, and a order can have many order items. Okay, so this is how it will work. Order item, add a column. This is reference to order table, order ID, and we can say it order ID. So the order item, what a order items contains. If you have visited any e-commerce application, what you see, if you click on add to cart button, then you will, after clicking on checkout button, so a order item has quantity of a particular product. So we will also need a reference to the product here. So it has 2 reference. It has basically 3 reference. So this order items belongs to which user. So the order item, we can also fetch all the order items of a particular user. So this is a reference to order ID. Now this is reference to user ID. So this item belongs to which user? So user ID. Okay, this is not the users, this is auth. We will need the reference to our public table, this one, ID. So Supabase makes very easier for us to build relationships, okay, between tables. So this is order ID, this is user ID, and what the other thing we need? We need product ID. So which product is this? So we are using snake case here, okay, to name our table columns. Product ID is a reference to product table. And now the Now the last part we need, how many quantity of this product. Okay, quantity. So if the product is, let's say XYZ, so how many quantities contain this order item contains how many quantity of that product. Okay, so quantity, so it is a int 4 we can say, and it is also not nullable, and the default value is not, we are not putting a default value here. So if a user doesn't put a quantity, then it will show us an error. So created an order ID, user ID, product ID, and quantity. So these all four columns we need. Okay. Let's save this. So now our database tables are ready. So now let's start coding. Let me fix a quick thing. Just give me a minute. Okay, good. Now let's start. So here we are. First we will implement the authentication. Okay. So how we will do that? So this is our authentication. And so we have implemented the table. Supabase will give you all the things here. It will tell you what to do and what to do. Here it will tell you to install any dependencies, and it already did that. Okay. And here we can replace this. So you can use these functions directly to authenticate the user. Supabase will auto sign up. It will sign up the user. It will sign in, login. You can directly use it. We don't need to implement anything on our own. We can directly use them. And if we see order tables, so we can see here that we can select by user ID. Everything is here. You can see in your dashboard. Okay. Product APIs, user APIs, all the hooks are implemented, order items. Let me take a quick pause. Now we will make a separate folder called state. Inside state we will implement all the context like authentication context, product context, cart context. We don't want to do any probe drilling, and if you want to know what is probe drilling, then let me give a quick example. Assume you have 5 components nested, and you are passing probes inside from the top level component to the 5th children and 6th children. So you are copying every value from one component to another. It is probe drilling. Instead, you can use a context and directly access to the high level, or you can say top level properties into the deep level. So this is how you will use the context. You should know the React basics if you are watching this video. Okay. Initially state will be if a user is authenticated or not. Instead, we can use a session which is initially null, and we can say user is null. Or we are implementing. Let's implement this after first implement the functionality. So we are not going to build a separate page for sign-up login. We just use a model and use it for the authentication service. Okay, so I have lowered the volume. So here we are. Auth context. So let's implement. So if the user click on sign up or login button, a model will pop up and the user will fill the details and click on the button, and then it will logged in or signed up a user. So this is how. So first we will need to implement a model. Okay. For the model, we don't have to implement it from zero. We can use any library or we can build a model. So let's create. someone clicks on this. So here you will see why I was talking about context thing. So here if you see, we want the model to be open on the home page, and this is the component layout. Okay, so we can use that here, no problem. So if the model is open, then use this component as model. So you can also install the emmet VS Code extension. It will give you a huge benefit of suggestions and auto completion. It is full, it is fixed, top 0, left 0, or you can also use the another property which is inset 0. So this tailwind properties has top, right, bottom, left, and PG black 20 would like, you can say 40. This is a model. So now if you click on this, you will see this. Okay, and now you will see here is our model, and we want to center it. Okay, so for this we will use flex. So now see this. So this is how we can implement our model. And if you see here, now we need to implement a functionality. If we click on outside this division, the model will set to false and it will close. But we will use a library. Why reinvent a wheel? Okay, so let's use a great library for that, headless UI React. It is a beautiful library we can use to build menu, list box, components, every dialog models. So here this is what we need, open dialog, this is what we need. So this will benefit us. Okay, this is the library which we will use. We will make a separate component for the model. Okay, so model.js, and we will copy the code from here. Okay, so we will modify modify according to our need. So what we need here, so we will pass down the properties and we will change its name to model. We will pass down the properties such as is open and set open. Okay, let's remove this. Also, we don't need this button. We just need this. We just need this. Yeah. So you can go through the documentation and see how it works. It has a great documentation. You can see if you want to build a custom model for yourself. You can see all the transition here. What are the different transitions, how you can perform them, how you can animate them. They have other components also, like this menu, list box, this one, switch. Okay, it is a great library which we can use with Tailwind CSS. If you are using Tailwind CSS in our project, then it is a great choice. So here, dialog title, we don't need a dialog title here, or we can pass down the title. Yeah, we can just pass down the title from the props title, and this is our children. So we will pass down the children here. Okay, so we can use the model in another components as well. Is open, set is open, title, children. Okay, so these are 4 props we need, and this is our model component is ready. Now we just need to use this here model. We can import it and we can use this is our create model. Okay, and we will need to pass down the props we have used. So what are the props we need? Is open, set is open, title, children. So children is the React node, this one. So children is this is children, and is open, set is open, and title. So is open model, set is open, and title is sign up. So this is our sign up model, or we can say welcome, simple. So now let's see. Yeah, see how it's looking. It's looking good, animation is great, and we have implemented a model in few minutes. So this is how we use libraries to perform or to work efficiently. Okay, so this is how our model is working. Now we will implement a authentication form, which we will make a single component for sign up and for login. Only a single component. We will not use 2 components for them, because they basically have same operation. If a user want to try login, they have 2 fields to fill in. First is email and password, and if the user want to sign up, the user needs 3 fields: email, password, and their name. So it doesn't make sense to make 2 components for both the sign up and login button. Okay, please describe middleware to protect routes. Okay, so here we are not implementing we will use the client-side libraries of Supabase. Okay, we are not using the API routes into Next.js. We will use the Supabase client library to fetch our data and perform queries. Okay. So now let's come to our part where we are. So here we will implement a separate component which we can call auth form. So that separate component. Let's make component separate component. Okay. Auth and auth form inside it, or we can say index.js. We don't need that auth form here. Just we can say this is our auth form. And now we can import it here like this. Okay, so it's working. Now let's implement the form. Okay, so this is our division, and on submit we'll implement a function handle submit. Okay, so it will handle what does e.prevent default does. It prevents the browser to reload after we hit the submit button inside the form. So now we will use the label, and it is for email, and the other field is input of type email, and it is name email, ID is email. Now the label is for password, okay, and if the form is for what we can say, if the form is for sign up, then it also has name field. Okay, so first we have name field. So this is our form. Let's see. So now it is looking, let's make it beautiful by using some Tailwind classes. So we can use flex column. We can use gap y. Gap y, what it gives margin vertical axis. Okay, so let's give like 1 rem is good. No, it will be much. And yeah, it's good. We can say my, yeah, and for the input we will use outline none. You see now outline is black. Okay, here is blue, here is black. And we can say border. Yeah, it looks good. And we can give some padding to it, and we can also give placeholder too. And if you want to change the style of the placeholder, we can use placeholder colon, and we can give any style to the placeholder. So let's give text gray to placeholder. Yeah, this is much better. So we can copy these styles here to every one of the input field. Padding is a bit too much, so you can it is much. Let's make a button, submit button, and submit. What we can do is here is justify. Okay, we don't want to center this one. So we can use the classes we have implemented in the product, like this button. We can use this button, same style here as well. Yeah, it looks good. So you see here this is refreshed because we have not used this function. Now the page will not refresh after submitting. See, we can use the placeholder here also. So now we see we have implemented the form, and how we will know that the form is for register, sign up or login. So we can say the form is for, here we can say form type, and the default form type is login. Okay, we can say here if the form type is equal to sign up, then and only show this field, otherwise not. Like this, and we can pass the prop in here also. So now the problem is, if we click on sign up, it will pop up the model, and if we click on login, it will also pop up the model. But what we need is, we need a top level state which identify which model is which model we open. Like if you want to open the sign up model, then we can know inside this component that this is a sign up model and this is another model. So how we will use that? So we will use context for that. Okay, that's why I'm saying context. And let's see how many viewers are watching the video. I will make a separate video to explain the Next.js 12.2 features, definitely. But this video we are focusing on building this e-commerce website, okay? So let's focus on that. So initial state it says is model is open, okay? Is model open, and initially it is false. We can say okay, and let's see. We can say here what is the form type, and the default form type is login. What is, we can say what is the session, current session. The session is provided by Supabase, okay? So it is initially null, and final detail we need, we don't need it actually, okay? This is all we need. Session, so session has, if you search on the Google Supabase session, so here you will see what the session contains. You will get the session, so it will give you the current user, okay? You can see the API doc to see what it has. Here what the session, okay, it is, you can see the doc or API reference. What, okay, it is not given here. This is different thing here. So I'm looking for the API documentation. Okay, let's leave it. Just know that it provides a session, okay? So this is the initial state. We have now Supabase client, okay? So now let's not use context, create context. Initial state, okay? Initial state, or we can say it initial auth state. This is a descriptive, better descriptive name. Now what we need is, we need a provider which we can use into the where it is, we can use it into the this my app. So we will make component here which we will name provider. So it will provide us the values directly into any component. That's why we are using it, okay? Auth context provider, and what it does is auth context dot provider, and it has children, and it also has children. So what is happening here, you will understand this thing when I will use this inside the component. So what we will use, we will wrap this component inside auth provider, so that everything components contain, everything the whole app contains will be used by them everywhere, okay? That's why we are using it. So children, okay, and the values we need, we can specify them here. If you want to read more about it, I will reference you a great documentation of context. You can go to beta, React.js beta documentation. So they have great documentation and you can learn about, where is it? You can learn about the context here. Yeah, they have given great examples. So now what the values we need? We need state and we need dispatch. What is dispatch? We are using, instead of using, we can use the use states a lot of that, but that will be not a scalable solution. We are making the app readable code, so we will use reducer instead of use state, so that we can and then make what we can say auth reducer, which will take two parameters or state and action, then it will perform the state changes according to the action. So here we will use reducer. Okay, so use reducer. So what use reducer take? So let's import first. So here you will see it takes a reducer. So what a reducer is? A reducer will take two parameters. A reducer is a function which has two parameters. First is state and action. We will give it the current state and the action which we need to perform, and initial state. So here it is the initial state. The third argument is, here you can see the third argument we are not providing it. We here only need two arguments. Okay, and here is our auth reducer. We can make our auth reducer here. So it is a function, auth reducer. So this is how. So we can dispatch any action and it will perform the operation according to the dispatch function action. Okay, so it takes two parameters, state and action, and it performs state changes according to it. Okay, so the GitHub Copilot is giving me suggestion, which is correct basically. So what the suggestion is, so it identifies the action. If you want to open the model, if you want to close the model, if you want to set the state. So it just take the previous state and let's not use the suggestion, let's implement it our own. So action dot type. So we have a type in our action. Okay, and if we want to, let's say login. Okay, if you want to say login, we can return, or we can say return. The action is login and it is a, so let's first do this. Okay, it's open model. Okay, open model, or we can say open auth model, anything we can say open. So always try to give the variable name or any name as much descriptive as you can. Open auth model. Okay, and what it does is it returns the current state. Is model open is true. So spread out the current state. We don't want to mess around. We don't want to change the current state. We just let's use the spread out operator and copy the state and change the is model open is to true. Okay, and another one is auth close auth model. It is return the state and close the model. Okay, that's how we need two things here, only two things here. Let's see now. So these are the two actions we have defined. The auth reducer is here. Okay, so everything is done. Now we will import it here. Auth context provider, and we will use this like this. Okay, you can see it. So now we will have access. Now we have access to this state and this dispatch properties to every component inside our app, every component. Okay, that's why we use this. Now implement another actions as well. In case of login, return the state, and session will be action.payload or action.session. In case of logout, just return state and session will be null. So now let's come to a tricky part here. Okay, so our problem is we want to open the sign up model if we click on this value, and if we want to log in, we want to open the login model if we click on the login button. So how we will implement this thing? Let's see. Here we will use the context we have built. Okay, we will use the auth context here, auth context. So it is important. And what are the shortcuts I am using to autocomplete? I am using control plus space. Okay, so it will give you suggestion or autocompletion. Now this has two things, state and dispatch. So we will import dispatch, and now state has session, form type, and is model open. Okay, so we will take is model open, we will take form type. These two things we need here. And so instead of like doing this now, what we will use here is model open. Instead of is model open, we use this is open, and set is open. So this is a state. Instead of this, we can use a function to set the state like this. So the type is what we can say, set is open. Okay, so instead of set is open, we can modify the model as well. So here it is needing set is open how many times? Okay, only one time. So instead of directly, we can import the close model here instead of doing this, because we are using now different functionalities. Let me, and please see, you will understand it. Okay, So what I'm saying is, here we use close model and type. What is the type of this action? So this type of action, close auth model. We'll use close auth model, and that's done. Okay, we don't need anything. Yeah, that's working. So let's import use context hook. Okay, so here we don't need this thing. So here dispatch an action, and action type is, what is the action type? Open auth model. Open auth model. And now we will specify the form type here. Okay, so what is the form type? So we can say here form type is login, sign up, and here form type is login. That's how it will work. And inside this we will just also form type, we will update the form type, form action.form type, simple. Now we have, okay, not do this, okay, sorry, yeah, that's all we need. Form type sign up, form type login. And here where we are using, where it is, the auth form, here we will not use the prop, we will use prop from the context. We will use the const state, and state has form type which come from use context auth context. Okay, this is how. So now we have form type. If it is form type, now it will work. See here. Okay, so we have not imported the, now see, this model has your name field. If you close this, let's open the login model. Now it has only 2 fields. That's the beauty of auth context. We can directly make without passing the props down. Okay, please see the whole part, then you will understand why I'm not using the things here. Okay, you will understand everything, because we want a good user experience. If the user signs out, then if you are not saving the user authentication state in the state, then it will take some time to render and take some time to load, then it will sign out. But if you are using auth context, then the benefit is, we can click instantly sign out button and it will clear our state, and then it can perform the action, and then it will update the session to the null. So it makes the user experience much more better. So let's take a quick 1-2 minute break, 1 or 4 minute break. I will come and build the remaining application. Okay, let's take a quick break here. We are back again, so let's continue. Okay, so where we are, let's make place for a little bit good. Okay, now let's perform the authentication by using Supabase functions. I think the audio quality is good. Okay. Now we will implement some hooks, okay, so that we don't have to do the task repetitively, like using the use state. We have to use form on two things. First on the authentication form, and if we are editing the product or if we are adding the product, then we also need a form. That's why we are implementing a use form hook. Okay, so let's see how we will implement that. Hooks, separate folder. Okay, so now my sound is good or not? Hello world. I think please increase your volume and sound should be good. I think. Hello world. Yeah, good. Now let's see how we are going to implement this thing. So let's implement a use form hook. Use form.js. So to implement a form, we just use RAFC use form, and then we will use some states like use state form set form, and it takes the values which we will provide here. It takes the values, and values is a object of the fields we have. Okay, so we will use the use form hook here, and we will provide the values. So let's see how it goes. Let me build this first. So it uses the values, and these are the initial values. Okay, so we can say this initial values. Initial values, and there are functions which will head and change. It takes an event argument, and then it will perform the necessary things. The GitHub Copilot is giving me suggestions like set form, but it is not correct to implement like this. Always use previous state instead of directly using the current state, because the React does not guarantee that the state is updated instantly. Okay, so this is how you should do it. Previous form, and then use this, spread out the previous form, and then event.target.name, which is your field, and fill the value here. So this is how you will do it. And the other functions we need is reset form. If you want to reset the form, then it will clear all the values here. Set form to initial values, simple as that. And we will return we can return this as an array, or we can return this as a object also. So we will return the form, we will return handle change, and we will return reset form. So this is how we have implemented a use form a simple use form hook, and we can use it anywhere we want here. So we need a use form hook here, and we will give the initial values. So what are the initial values? Initial values are name. So see, the name field is name, password and email. So name is empty string, email is empty string, and password is empty string. So these all are the initial values. And what it gives us, it gives us form, it gives us handle change, and it also gives us reset form, and we will use them here. We are making the input fields controlled. It is the best practice in React to make input field controlled. Okay, and here value form.name and handle change, this thing. Here value is form.email and the on change handle change. Here also we'll use the same thing. Okay, this is how. And if we click on the submit button, we can see the values are being here. What it says, okay, use state is not imported here. Let's see. Click on sign up button or click on login button. Okay, hello world, password is 123456. If you click on submit button, it gives us the okay. And we can do one thing. We can make most initial form values, which are email, password. What I want that if the form is not okay, we can omit that thing. Yeah, this thing is nice. Okay, it's working. And if the form is sign up, then we have 1 2 3 4 5. See, so the input fields and form is working. Now we just need to use the Supabase authentication functions and authenticate a user. Okay. So what we will do here, we will make the fields required. Okay, so required is only true when the form type is sign up. Form type is equal to sign up, then this field is required, otherwise not. That's what we need. And these both fields are required. That's how. Now see, if we not fill this field, it will say please fill this field. If you see, then it will submit. And here also, if we try to submit, it will say that please fill this field. Now we can submit. Okay, now we will use Supabase functions here. We can also say that type is password, and we can say that minimum length is 6 for the password. And if we try to 1 2 3 4, it will say that it will not submit. Okay, it will not work. 5, it will not work. 6, it will work. Okay, what happened? Minimum length. Please length. Now it will say that 5 6. Now it will submit. Now we will use the Supabase functions here. So if the form type is register or sign up, then sign up, else login. Simple. Now we will just console log and then we will see what is happening. So now login and now signing up. So we can implement two functions here: await sign up or await login. And let's not do this. Import the Supabase client here and make this function is async const Supabase client. Okay. We have not export const here. We need to import it here like this: supabase.auth.sign up, and it takes what arguments. So we can see the Supabase docs here. So how to use authentication in the Supabase, like this: email and password. It will give us user session and error. And after we have done the sign up, we will also register a event listener which listens to the any event happens related to authentication. Like if the user clicks on login, if the user tries to sign up, then every time it sign up and it will set our state to that session. So let's see how we will do that. We can also give some metadata to it. Okay, so like the first name is this, age is this. If the user has signed up, we also need to update the database table user. Okay, remember to do that. Here supabase.auth.sign up, and we will use email, which is form.email, and password is form.password, like this. See here. And for the metadata, we will use not like this. Data, we will use name is equal to form.name. Okay, like this, and it will give us data and error. Why it is not giving me proper? And same here as well, same thing. Instead of sign up, here is dot sign in. Okay, here we are not using it correctly. It is sign up, that's why it is not giving us autocorrect. Please add user access rules. Yes, we are not implementing the security and the payment integration in this video. I will make part 3 in which we will implement the payment integration using Stripe and row level securities and all the other securities we need, so that only a user can, which is admin, can perform the actions which are restricted. Okay, so that's how. Instead of, let's remove this thing, we don't need here. We don't need to pass down we just need this here. Okay, and after we done the sign up, we also need to update the table. Okay, so supabase.from, and we will use user dot insert, and what we will use to insert, it takes an array. Okay, if you see here, if you see on the user dashboard, you can see how the queries are performed. Insert many rows, so it takes an array of values. So it takes an array of values, and we can say insert a row into the user table. So what our user table contains. Created a name role. So the role field is for the security purpose, which we will use in the next video. Now only name is required, so we'll say name is form.name. Simple as that. It will create a user in our database table. Okay, for this purpose we can also use Supabase functions, which will listen every time a user is authenticated. If a user has signed up, it will create an event, and it will like run a function which will update our user table. We can also do that, or we can also do it in client side. The function is better approach, but the function now is in beta mode. You can see experimental till 1st of August. Okay, so that's why we are not using it. We are using it on client side. That's how. So this is how our authentication functionality will work. And now let's make a state of loading state, so that we can say that it is loading now or not loading. Set loading is true, and after all the actions has been performed, and it will say reset form and set loading to false, and that's how it will work. And if this is loading, disable all the input fields here. If it is loading, disabled. Okay, so copy this line to every input field, so user cannot be able to edit after submitting. And we can also use the here, we can also make it look like nice, if like this. If it is loading, cursor not allowed, or cursor. If it is loading, then don't allow the cursor, and if it is not, then allow the cursor. And we can also make it like animate pulse or animate spin. You can use a Tailwind CSS utility classes. Okay, so here is how. And here we can also use if loading, and then loading is show loading, and if the form type is sign up, then show sign up. So thanks to GitHub Copilot. So here we will do what happened. Okay, Supabase URL is required. Okay, so what has happened is we have not restarted our app after modifying the .env. That's why it is throwing us an error. Okay, so we will restart our server. Okay, so we have did a mistake. The project is initialized with Yarn package manager, but after we have used npm. So don't do that. Stick to one package manager, either it Yarn or either it npm. So now we have two loc JSON files, like Yarn loc and package loc. That will create confusion. So if the other person wants to contribute into the project, he will think which package manager should I use. So delete one of them. So let's delete yarn look. No, we don't need it. Just one is good. Okay. So now let's see here. So what is it? Okay, these are the. So let's see the network tab. Let's refresh it first. So if we want to sign up, okay, use status not defined. Let's import it. So now, hello world 11, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's see the magic. Let's click on this. What happened? Sign up. Successful. Users column. Not successful. So what has happened here? It will say null values in the form. Role. Okay. So what we have done is, let's edit this table. The role is default is customer. For now, let's see if it is admin. Because we are in development mode, so we can say it admin, or we can make it node is nullable. We can make it. After we will modify, okay, in the next video when we will think about security. Let's see the magic now again. So let's do one thing also. If the user has signed up, okay, let's do this first. Password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Because the user has already signed up using this email, so it will throw us an error this time. See, the user is already exist. And to show, let's show a beautiful error messages using one beautiful package named React Hot Toast. So you can use this package. It is a great npm library which you can use to make notifications, beautiful notifications. Let's see it. React Hot Toast. So this is how it will show. It is great. It's a great library for notifications. There are many different customization you can do here. Okay. So now let's install this library first. Where is it? So that we can show beautiful notifications to the user. And how to use it? Let's go into app and let's import toaster. So it is a top level component which is used to mount the notification into our application tree. And here we can show toast notification after user has successfully signed up. So we can get the error from here. If you press Ctrl plus Shift, it will show you what it gives. If error and okay, error is good. So if and we can give the error name as sign up error. So if the sign up error, then toast dot error sign up error dot message, and we can also do it like this here. It is not giving us, yeah, it is giving error. So show us error. can say it. Okay, let's see. And here the user has successfully signed up and show a toast of success. User success. Okay. Simple. Or you can use simply using form type. If the form type is sign up, then use this, otherwise simple. Okay, so let's see this and close the, after set loading, and close the model. Also close the model. Dispatch, no dispatch event, dispatch type close out model, and let's import the dispatch also. Let's see how it works. Hello world 1 2 3, password is 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's click on sign up. It's loading. Yeah, it's worked. Successfully signed up. It's worked. So it worked like a charm. Okay, so now the user is in our database table. Let's refresh this. So you will see our user here, and the user is successfully signed up to our application. Now to make changes or to listen events to the sign up, you can use something called on state change. You can see it here in the Supabase. You can listen to the event. Where it is, on auth state change. You can listen to these events. If the state is changed, then it will throw us an error. Okay, or if you can see, like the user now is in our, where it is, local storage. The user is now on local storage. Current session, and the session has properties like what the user metadata is. So the username is hello world, the user email, everything about user, access token and everything. So now let's do one thing. What we are gonna do, we will listen to the events. We will listen to auth events from this, and to listen these events, we will register the event on the top level. So where is top level? Top level is in context. So let's go into context. Here we will run a use effect hook. Use effect, and it will run once, and it will register the event like this on supabase.auth. Let's import the Supabase on auth state change event session, and it will dispatch. Okay, it will, okay, we can also register login. We can dispatch, type login in session. Simple. Event, we can listen to every event, and if user logs out, the session will be log out. So everything will be handled by login action. I think we don't have to make it complicated. And let's see, and if the user has session, let's go into layout, and let's import session here. If the user session is not empty, then make both this button disappear like this. Let's comment this out. Okay. Comment it out, admin button. Let's do this. If the session is not null, then on. If session is not null, okay. If the session is null, means then only show this, otherwise not. So that's why we use this, and let's import it. Now you will see how it will work. And if the user is already logged in, then we can directly dispatch this page. And session will be found in Supabase .session. Simple as that. So I hope you understood this. So what it does is, over application mounts, it will run a use effect hook. It will dispatch an action of login, not logout. It will dispatch an action of login, and it will send a session inside the Supabase auth session. If Supabase handles everything for us, we don't have to worry about anything. So Supabase handles the auth session, and we will pass down using dispatch action. And let's assume the user is not authenticated, then the Supabase auth.session will be null, and the session will be null. And if this is null, it will show the all sign up login button. And if it is shown, if all the buttons are shown here, then what will happen? The user will click on the button and user will sign up, and as the events are already registered here, then it will make sense to dispatch a session again. So I hope you understood it. So now see, the buttons have got disappeared because, let's show this button here. If and always if the session is present, then only show this button. Okay, and also show the logout button also. So we can make a logout button. Okay, so what is the question coming? Let me see. What is the, okay, what happened? Okay, not. What is the difference between stored session is context in cookies or local storage? So don't worry about session or local storage cookies. So what we does is, if you visit clubofcoders.com, okay, so in the clubofcoders.com, I have used cookies to store the user session, but many applications uses local storage still. The best way to use session is in cookies. Why is that? Because cookies have expiration, which can so the user is automatically logged out from the application. But if you are saving inside the local storage, then it will remain all the time into the browser. Okay, so that's how it will done. But the Supabase handles differently. Supabase will store everything. Okay, Supabase will store in the current session. It will also store in the cookies. Okay, so it is storing our session in the local storage. That's not an issue because Supabase handles security very nicely, so we don't have to worry about many things. So I hope you understood. So now it is shown the logout button here. So after clicking the logout button, we can just use in the logout. Simple. What we have used the Supabase auth sign out button. Let's import the Supabase, and we will dispatch a type of logout, which is here. So it will set the session as null, and if the session is null, then it will show us everything we have got. So let's see how it works. Let's see. So now if you refresh this, you will see the user is logged in. Okay, see how it don't even flicker for a microsecond. It's like instant. If you click on logout button, see how fast is that. The user is logged out now. And if we try to log in again, hello world 1 2 3, and we will use 1 2 3 4 5 6, sign in, and the user is signed in. Yeah. So we have successfully implemented the authentication functionality into the app. Okay. So let's do it again. Login. Put your email. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sign in. You successfully sign in. Okay, the pop-up is not appearing nicely. So let's do this. Where is our auth model? Why is that? Okay, it is using this space here. Now it will work. Log out again. Log in. Hello world 1 2 3. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sign in. It is loading. You have successfully signed into application. Okay. So we have successfully implemented the sign in or the authentication functionality, we can say, using use context hook. So let's now move forward with implementing the card functionality. Okay. So you can even separate this function out from this component, and you can separate this function out into a separate function or utils in everything, or you can even make a hook out of it. Yeah, we can implement the server-side authentication. So what will the server-side authentication does? These things will be same, but if the user refreshes the page, instead of registering an event on the, where is it? In the use context is here. So it is after the app has been mounted, then it will run this. So it is client side. But if you want to make it server side, we can do that. But the current Supabase library is for client side, so we can't do that for now. In future, if Supabase has introduced something about server side, then we can use that also. Or there is a nice super package, we can say. There is a great package out for it, which is Next.js. This is Next.js. This is a great open source full stack flexible easy secure authentication which we can use. So here you can say this is server side. Okay, this is how we can implement server side, but you don't need to implement server side for, you don't need everything for every project. Okay, you can just implement by staying minimal. Okay, so we are just implementing a minimal full stack e-commerce website, so we are not making it difficult for beginner developers. Okay, that's all. It's a great package you can discover about, or you can go through the documentation. Now, as this functionality has completed, now let's implement the card functionalities. Okay, how will the card functionality will work? So before going to the cart functionalities, what we want, these products are coming from a fake server. Okay, so first we want to insert our products into the database tables, and then we will use to fetch the product from the table, and then we will show the products, and then we will add to cart, and then we will place an order. So that's how it will work. So let's close all the editors and let's implement this functionality of adding a product. So if we have sign up, then we have this admin route. We can go to it, and now it is empty. In the pages admin, go to this. Okay, add a product, edit it to do, delete it to do. So here we can implement a product form. Okay, we can make a component product form in which we can add a product or edit a product. Okay, so inside the product we can implement a product form also, or this is a product form. So what a product form has. Here also we will use our use form hook. And the values are name of product, description of the product, price of the product, image, not category. We are not implementing category here. Name, stock of the product, and name, price, description, image, stock. And we will get the form and handle change and reset form. And I'll submit product. Async function, it will say event.default, and it will console.log the form. Simple. So instead of console.logging, we will insert a row into our product form table, product table. Okay. So let's import this product form into this, and let's implement a form. So for the form we have many fields, like let's make a division, label, and HTML4 name, product. Input of type text. Level, product, price, and input of type text. Name is price and ID is also price. Same as product description. Same as product image. For the product image, we don't need a text, we need a type of file. Okay, and name is image, ID is image. Now what else we have? And we have a button to submit. And the submit button we can use from auth form. and also the input fields we can use from auth form. Let's implement this form and stop it right there, because it's 2.5 hours, and we will implement the remaining functionality in the next video. Okay, so let's implement the product adding functionalities as for now, then we will see further things. Where is the button? Here it is. So we can copy everything like this. It has also the loading state. See, this is looking ugly. Let's fix it by giving some styles to it. Let's make this bit of and it is centering. What I did is I have given some width to it and margin on horizontal axis to auto, so it center this thing like this. And let's copy the styles of input fields also from here. Type is number. This also has stock. This looks good. Okay, and now I will give some gap over y-axis. We will give some gap over y-axis. Oh, it worked or not? Let's give some classes to so that they looks much better. Yeah, now they looks good. We can implement mobile responsiveness also, but we don't need here. We also have product stock. Like that. We will use a reference to the image field. And initially it's null. And also we'll use a separate state for image file. Why I'm using image ref, you will see soon. Okay, so let's give it reference. Change. This is how we will do it. Event set image file event.target.files 0 values. We can even accept specific type of accept only image, or we can say image slash start. You can Google about the search field, image file input HTML field. See here, accept image slash star, so it will accept all the images instead of accepting anything. Okay, so now we have our product. Okay, now what we will do is, let me just quickly see what the things are going wrong. Let me copy this into demo images. I'm making a folder. Okay, let's go into downloads. hello world. Okay, so let's choose an image from here, and so product name is hello world, product price is 100 to 122, product description is anything, and if we try to submit it, we will see something. Okay, description, price, stock, everything simple. Now what we will do is, instead of just doing set loading is true, and we will update the product table, insert a row, await Supabase dot from product table dot insert dot. Why it is not giving this suggestion? Well, let me import the Supabase dot insert. Name is form name, price is form dot price, description is form, stock, image is form dot image stock. Okay, but here is a little tip for you, that we need to insert the image into storage bucket. Okay, we haven't uploaded the image yet, so to upload the image, let's make a separate function, const upload image, machine const. We don't have to do these things, and just we need only, like, what we can do is, yeah, we can also Supabase await Supabase dot storage dot from. We will create a bucket name which is product images. Okay, we will create a bucket name this product images. Let's create this first. Going into Supabase dashboard, let's create a bucket. Okay, we already have a product bucket which is public. We need this, so products, okay, not products, product dot upload, and let's see the documentation of how the storage work. Where is it? Here is it. Here it is. From upload, we have to specify the name and then file. So what is the name of file, which we can say date.now, or we can create a name const image name, which we will use as date.now, simply slash image files dot name. Simple as that. Now we will use this here, and image file, and we will insert this two flags here. and it will give us two things, data and error. We don't, yeah, we need data also. And after that, if the error occurred, then just show us a toast dot error, and also return from this function. We don't want to proceed further. Return dot error, show us an error message, and then what we will do, we will get a public URL, Supabase dot storage dot instead of this we can dot, okay, dot storage dot, what are the fields here? We have from, empty bucket, get list, get bucket, from, okay, products, dot get public URL, and we will give it image name here, and we will return the public URL here. Like this, image file. Okay, so we have so the image. So before inserting our project, we have to upload image. If there is an image file, upload the image. If there is image file, upload the image. Const image URL is equal to await upload image. That's all. And we will make a global, or we can say top level variable here, public URL, like this. If image file is this, get the public URL from here. It will return the public URL. Okay, upload image, it will get there, and we will, instead of returning directly a URL, we will use the new URL dot href, so that if any space inside the, so if there are any space inside the name of the product which we have uploaded from the PC, then it will make it URL friendly. Okay, and that's all we need. Public URL is here, and update public URL here. Instead of form.image, put the public URL field here. Okay, now what we will do is, and if the error is here, we will show a toast error. If there is an error, show us an error. Okay, return toast. GitHub Copilot is giving me suggestion which is correct. Product is successfully reset form and sort link. And let's log the data here simply. So that's how we have implemented the product form. Okay, so let's refresh this network. Let's product first. Product price is 100. Product is 100. Product is this is demo description. Let's choose a product file. Oh, it shows an error. Set image file is not defined. What happened? Yeah, now it has worked, and let's submit. Let's see what happened. and after the these things is okay, it's showing toast. Product added successfully. It has been added to our okay, but there is a problem. The image has not been uploaded before doing this. The product image file. Why is that image file? We are setting the image files. What happened? Okay, let's do this again. Okay, so what is happening here? This is not running. So let's console.log image. What is happening here? Okay, so there is an error. And what is that error? Won't change event to target.files.0. This image file. What is happening? Let's see what is happening here. It's correct. It's correct. Let's see this. Let's make a separate function. Handle image change which text event, and it will and let's pass this function onto this thing so that we can see what is happening here. Event.target.files, and this is the 0th. Okay, so I think now it will work. We can also check like if the image size is more than too big. Okay, like if let's cost is equal to image. Okay, and if image dot size is greater than 2 MB. Okay, so 2 MB is how much? 1 2 3 4 5 6, so it means 2 MB and megabytes. Okay, so it will show as an error. Image size must be less than 2 MB and it will return, and that's all. And set image file to image. Simple. Now it will work. The resource was not found. Okay. products for products storage bucket is not able to found. Why is that? Okay, product slash images. Let's see, upload. So basically, where is it? The resource was not found. Which resource is not found? Products. Okay. Okay, we are not updating it. Just upload instead of update. So this is the error we are doing. And just add the required fields here. It is it is required. It is also required. It is also required. And description is not required and image is not required. Okay. And what are the things we can do here is, after the product is successfully, we can reset the form, and we can also image file ref dot current dot value is equal to empty string. Okay, so now the image will be uploaded. Okay, now row violates row level security policy for table objects. Now it is showing the other error, which means policies. So there are no policies here. So we can make the policies like new policies. Get start. Enable read access to. So there are no policies. There are different policies which we can use here. You can see how these things work. Give access to file to the user. So okay, so this time it is able to upload the image. Okay, failed to construct your invalid URL. Why is that? Let's see. Why is that? This is handle image change function. This is handle submit product function. This is the image name. Images/image name. Okay, good. From, okay, from product images. Good. Instead of doing this, we can use this images slash upload into this folder. Okay, that's what the problem here is. Okay, we have not disabled loading. We have not made loading is equal to false. Let's see if this time it works. Products images slash this thing. Good. Return. Okay. So the problem is, let's print out what is it is. Log public URL. Let's see what it is. Shit. Let's see this time. Okay, so this is the problem. It is not directly, it is returning an object, and inside that object there is a public URL. That's why this is the problem. We are stuck. Now this will work like charm. Hello product. Now let's see, it will work. Submit. Upload their image. Oh, what happened now? Okay, it is giving us public URL instead of. It is pending. Yeah, product added successfully. So it gave us the URL, and then the product is created successfully, and the product has this URL of. And if we go to this URL, you can see here, if we, okay. Now the things are working good, and we can assume that our product form is done. We have added few products into our database. Let's see what are the products here. In the product table we have few products. We have added 7 products. Okay, so these are all the products. And now let's stop this video here, So in today's video we have implemented authentication using use context hook. We have used use reducer. We have implemented a model. We have implemented product form. We have implemented tables into the Supabase dashboard. Okay, so we have done a lot of things today. So if you have learned anything, even a one thing from this video, then it will be much I will be much happy to help. And that's all. I will see you in the next video, and in the next video I will try to finish the I will try to finish this whole e-commerce website, including integration of payment and including security, but I think it will take two videos. Okay, so let's see how it goes, and please comment any suggestions you have, and please comment on what you need to what you love and what you want what you want, so that I can build. Okay, so what you want me to build in the next video. Okay, in after this series will be finished, so we can build Instagram clone, or we can build a Twitter clone. Anything you need, just comment it out and we will discuss about it more. Thank you very much if you are watching this video. So that's all for today. Bye. Hello world. We are live again, and today we will build the remaining functionality in our application, like cart functionality, checkout functionality. We will also implement Stripe integration. Okay, we will understand how a webhook works, and we will use local storage to implement our cart functionality. Okay, so there are a lot of things to do today, so let's go. So you are able to see my code editor, and I have run the app, and you can find the code till now in the description, going the link in the description. Okay, so I have put the link of GitHub repo, so you can go and clone the repo and you can continue from here. Okay, let me just open my Chrome and let's start building. So here were we have implemented authentication functionality. So you will able to see we are already logged in, and let's log out, sign up or login. We will sign up, we will fill the name, email is hello world 123, and password will be 123456. Let's sign up. Successfully sign up. Then why it is showing request failed? Let's see. Okay, let's see. Or maybe so there is a bug in our application. So the bug is it is showing the notification authentication successful even after the request has been failed. So why is that? Let's check out. We are not returning here. Okay, that's why. So if sign up error, return from here, and toast.error sign up sign up error dot message. Okay, so now it will not run this and it will show us the error. So I think my voice is audible. If you are able to hear my voice properly and if you are able to see my video properly, then please comment it out. Let me check quickly. So stream is working perfectly. So let's continue again. Where were we? Hello at word. Let's put another email. Hello world. We are not doing the client side form validations, which we should always do. So you can take it as a exercise. Okay, implement the client side form validation. So why it is saying go to meta security? Okay, what happened? There is something. Okay, let's check. Okay, our project is paused because we have live stream few days ago, so we have to restore the project. It's a free trial which Supabase gives us. Now it will work. We will implement a function that will toast a error and stop the loading. Okay, so here we will pass the message and instead of doing this, what we will do, we will show error toast and sign up error dot message, and we will return it simply. Okay, and here also. Because we don't want to run the successful toast messages even after the sign up or login failed. Okay, so we want to return from the function. That's why we are doing this. Okay, so our app is live again. Here you will see. Okay, and let's see, refresh the page again. Yeah, it worked. It fetches all of our products. And log out, sign up again. Yeah, so now we have successfully signed up, and now you can see here it's showing admin page. Okay, so now we will fetch all the data here. So let me explain what we are gonna do. So we are gonna fetch all the products, and we will show the product on the page. Okay, like this. We will use effect hook, and we will use a context for products, because we want the products to be available in every component inside the application. That's why, so that we can use them to fill up the important information inside the cart and other functionalities. Okay, so this is number one thing we have to do now, because we have already implemented the cart form, and it will submit a product, not a cart form, a product form, which is inside this one. So if you submit a product here, so let's assume it is a, okay, so let me close this. So if this is our product form, and here we will do like product, amazing product. Let's say it's an amazing product. It can be anything. The price is 100, stock is 100, anything. We can choose an image, and let's submit it. So it is loading now. Product added successfully. So our product has been successfully added to the table. If we see here, the product is inside in the product table. Okay, so amazing product, here it is. So we want to render all the products we have created. on the main page. So we want to go on the home page after clicking on this logo, or you can say, so we will just change the header. So header is inside the layout. This is the header. We will say select none, and we can use this as a link, which is next link, and we can say go to. Simple. So now, okay. Okay, so now it will, if you click on this, it will render like this. It will go to home page. So let's see how many viewers are watching the video. Okay. The YouTube is recommending me to reduce the bit rate. Let me see why is that. Okay, let's ignore this. Move forward. Now what we will do, go to admin page. Here we are on the home page. We want to render all the products on the home page. Go to index. We will implement a product context. Okay, so in the state there is an auth context. As of now, we will also implement a product context. Instead of product context, we can say it products context. It will provide the children all the values. And the children's are props. Okay, and here we will use dispatch. Where it is use reducer. Okay, or we don't need it. We can simply use a use state, because we simply want products here. The mptr, and we will use a use effect to fetch all the products from Supabase table. So async function fetch products. Okay, fetch simple, and we will call the fetch products here like this, and we will get data and error from Supabase table, Supabase, which we have already made a client. It helps us to fetch the tables from the Supabase, okay, database. So let's import the use state. Let's import use effect. You can use control plus space to auto import, okay. Dot from the table is, you can see the name here, which you named, so the table name is product, okay. So table name is product. Dot select, and we can select all the values of the product, okay. And that's how. And let's log to the console what we are getting here. Simple. Okay, so this is our, and we will provide values as products here, products. And we will go to the app, and inside the auth context we will use a products context, provider, not product context, provider, which we should also name it like this, provider, because it provides all the values, okay. Products context provider, and which the name of this one is, it should be export const product context. We can use reducer if the state is complex and we want to do many operations like we did in auth context here. Here we don't need it. Now see, all the products are here. These are the products from the Supabase table, okay. And we can use a loading also here, loading state, to show the loading state. We can use the function we have implemented here also. So we can, what we will do, we will make a utils folder, and we will make a new file, show, or we can see an error toast, export const, which is here inside the auth. So instead of naming like this, we can just simply delete this. We can make an index.js, and we can use this, and it will also receive a set loading so that it can use them, and we will import it here, okay, where it is. We'll import it here, and we will pass the set loading as also. Here it is, and okay, and we should always write less code, and if we can use the some code part, some piece of code from another file, so we should implement a separate function and use that function on all the places instead of copying and pasting the same thing. So here also return show error toast, and it will error dot message, and it will also pass the set loading just like this. And if there is no error, then set the products to data. Simply set the products to the data it received, and we will just pass products and loading state here. Simple. And we will use these values inside the index.js, where it is. Yeah, so instead of products getting from the fake API we have created, we will now get it from, so we can now safely remove this one also and this one also. What we will do, we will use a use context, and we will use products context. Product, no, not product. Okay, so products, it's products. You should be careful before naming. Okay, they must be descriptive names, so that another developer, if someone have a look on your code, then they can understand what you have written. Okay, and yeah, products context, and here we have two things. We have products and loading, and loading state. We can check are they working or not. Okay, so some of our products don't have image. Okay, that's why it is showing us error. So what we will do, we will verify before rendering this tag. So we will do if product dot images exist, then only render the image component, otherwise don't. Okay, some image tag has random this thing, so let's delete these products. These have wrong data filled in. Okay, so now the products are okay. Let's refresh this, and we will have to specify the URL which we want to use for image components. Image components require like this inside the next config which domain we are using. So here we should also, if you go to .env, we should also specify this. See here, QI, and we have to restart our application. Okay, so the host name should not be start with HTTPS. Yeah, so these are both are our products here. Okay, now we have finished our first step. Okay, nice, somebody is watching. Great. So is it okay, the quality of? So that's what we are doing. We are making components, we are rendering components. Okay, so these are components. And okay, so our products are rendering here. Okay, and we should show a loading state before a user. So first user will come to our home page and it will show a loading state so that our API can load the data, and it will then render. So we should show a loading state here. If products are not available, then show a loading state. If loading, then we can show a spinner, or we can show a spinner or loading state, anything. So here we will just show a loading text here, nothing much. Like this. If loading. Okay, what we have did the mistake is we should also set loading for false. Now if you fetch it, see, for a little bit of moment it show loading, and then now. So here are our products, and now we will implement our cart functionality. It means if we click on add to cart button, it will add this product to the cart, and then we can check it out. Okay, then we will implement the checkout functionality using Stripe. Let's see how to do that. So we will use local storage to implement cart functionality, because cart functionalities can be implemented using something lightweight. Okay, we don't want to, because we are building a lightweight application, we don't want to interrupt our database, because if a user add to cart and after removes it every time, so there are so many update and delete queries, so we don't want to do that. We will implement a simple local storage, and then when user clicks on the checkout button, every order in the local storage will be pushed inside our order items table. Okay, so this is our application. Let's here, and this is our local storage, and here we will implement our cart functionality. Okay, so how we will do that? So we will insert, we will insert. So let me on my key iPad. So what we will insert product ID and its quantity. Okay, so the product ID XYZ has 3 quantity, product ID ABC has 2 quantity. Why we are doing like that? Because it is efficient. So let's implement. First we will build a local storage hook. It takes a key which we will use to find our elements. Okay, and what it does is gets an it gets the cart, or we can say it take a key and it will return us the values are inside the local storage that belongs to that key. Okay, const get item, so we can say get item, so it will take a key and it will return local storage dot get item key simply. And we want to set it will take key and value. Instead of building a hook, we can also build function inside utils. We don't need a hook for this. Okay, but let's do this. So there are these three functions we are implementing. There are several functions which are given to us by browser. Okay, so set item key value simple, and remove item, and we will return all of three functions here. Get item, set item, and remove item. Okay, and now we will implement use cart hook. Okay, so something. So today we will have a little bit disturbance inside. Okay, disturbance in the audio, so we may not be able to continue the live stream, but we will think about it. Okay, so I will stop my mic. If you have any question, please ask, and I will do silent stream today. Okay, and after some time we may able to switch on our mic. Hello. So as of now you can see the cart functionality has been completed. Okay, you can remove the products and it will instantly update here. You can remove the products, you can add to cart, you can plus, you can click on minus button. Okay, so everything is working smoothly and these all being saved inside the local storage. If even if you refresh this 3 and 4, remember it will stay here. See, so we don't have to do a network request to fetch all the products which are in the cart. We can directly implement it inside local storage. Okay, so that's our all project products, and now we will implement the checkout functionality using Stripe. So now cart functionality has been completed. Okay. Now what we need to do, we need to update our database. When user will click the checkout button, order will be created, and after the order we will take that order ID and update the order items table with all the order items with that particular order ID. Okay, so this is what happening here. Let me show you on the iPad, it will make sense. Okay, okay, so here is our cart, and just try to understand. Here is our cart, and our cart is in local storage. Okay, our cart is also in the state but not in the database. We want to update the database after the user clicks the checkout button. So user clicks the checkout button. Okay, after checkout we will create an order. Why are we creating an order? You will understand why are we creating the order after seeing the whole flow. After clicking on the checkout button, we will create an order. Create an order. After creating an order ID will be generated, a unique order ID. So we will take that unique order ID and we will update the order items table. So this is in the order table in our database, and now we will create all over. We will insert, basically we will insert all of our cart items into what? Into order item table. We have also created an order item table. Okay, order item table. So in the Supabase dashboard you will able to see this. Let me show you. If you go to here it is. If you go to Supabase dashboard, you will see here order item table. So it needs ID. Okay, we have a user ID, we have product ID, we have quantity, we have everything, but we don't have the order ID. So we will create an order first to get that order ID, and we'll update the order items with that order ID table. Okay, and after that, okay, now the order item table has been updated and also the order table has been updated. Now we will create a checkout flow with the help of Stripe. Now take that order ID and create a checkout session. So now we will create a checkout session using Stripe. And how we will do that, I will show you how we can do that. Okay, using Stripe, and then user will make a payment and user will make a payment according to his order. Okay, and the Stripe will give us a webhook. Okay, so Stripe will send us an event every time user has purchased something or a user has failed. So we'll create an endpoint where we will receive the webhook data with payment.succeeded event, and after the payment.succeeded event occurs, if the payment.succeeded event occurred, what we will do, we will update our order table with that particular order ID with that order ID which we have created this order, and we will update our order with a successful message. This is how this whole flow will work. This is the magic of webhook, and this is the magic of Stripe. Okay, so let's start from here. First we will create an order. Let's start from here, and then we'll go all of this. You will see how we are creating this. Okay, let's see. Okay, so now let's create an order first. So now we are creating an order. Okay, which table? So the table name is order dot insert, and it takes an array. Okay, and then the values. So status is pending initially. We will see how we will implement the security in our application. Only the user will be able to update the order status, like from pending to successful, after receiving the event successful from the Stripe. Okay, from the Stripe webhook. So we will see how we will implement that. Now so how we will implement the security, we will create a view from order, and that we will do by going to SQL editor and running some queries. Okay, so let's first, status is pending, and status and user ID. Just we need a user ID here, and let's see what is this user ID. And user ID will be can be found into Supabase session. Dot auth dot user dot ID, or we can even get it from the auth context we have created here. It also has the Supabase session. Let's log out this session so you will understand what I'm saying. Let's log this session first. Let's comment it out. Okay, it will take this, and now it will give us user. Now user has ID. You will see. Okay, not the user. Okay, why is that? Let's see. Okay, because I think it currently doesn't have, or okay, Supabase is not imported. Yeah, What's the reason? User is null. So this means we have not logged in into our application. Okay. So if that is the reason, we will just, if simple, now it will, okay, it's not working. Let's see what the, that's the reason. Now it is showing. Yeah, it's correct now. So we have a bug inside our application. It is a function. Okay, so that returns a session. Now it is okay. Now if we click on this, it should show us something. Okay, so let's go into this one. You will see that the session is currently null now. Okay, so we can clear this, and what we will do is we will dispatch a model opening. Here it is. Open the auth model. This dispatch is coming from auth context. Dispatch is a void function. Okay, that's how we will see the auto completion here. Now this state, which is we don't need a state here, we just need a dispatch function like this. Simple. If we click on the checkout button, and it will open a pop-up like this, you must be logged in, and we can now log in. 1 2 3 4 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, you are successfully logged in. Now it will work. So hello world. So hey guys, we are live again today after a long break. So today we will complete our full stack e-commerce web application, and I have made a few changes in the process which I have discussed in the last part. Okay, so today we will take a different approach and build cart functionality again, and then we will proceed for Stripe integration and how webhook works and how you can update your database after receiving payment from a user, and how are you going to manage all of that. So today in this video we are going to complete our web application. So let's go. So let me first uh, explain you what we are going to do today. Okay, so what we have completed till now. So let's see that, and I am pushing the code to GitHub so you can pull that, and you can work, or you can work alongside with me if you are watching this video live. And I think the video is okay, and let me check quickly if the stream is going okay or not. Yeah, so it's working, and let's start. Let me update. Yeah, so something is wrong with OBS Studio, so I have corrected it, and let's go. So till now, let me push the code. Till part 3. So we have implemented cart functionality using local storage, and we have created a context for cart. You can see all of the cart functionality are here. So today we will take a different approach. We will not use local storage, and we will use database, so that user can able to see their cart item if they are using another device. Okay, local storage works only if you are on the same device. And if you are watching this video after the live stream is over, I would suggest you to watch it on 1.5x, so that your time will not waste a lot. So this is what we have done in the last video. Here is the product context. Okay, so I will going to explain what is wrong with using local storage and what are the benefits if we use database to manage our cart. Okay, so Let me run the app quickly. So we are inside our Supabase dashboard. We will also see how we can ensure the security in our application. How that someone outside from the who is not a user or anyone who is trying to spam or anyone who is trying to hack into our application, how we will prevent. So these are 4 users as of now. And let's okay, so there are no products. It's showing there are no products. Okay, but we have 2 products. So we have enabled row level security to all our tables. So what is row level security first? So it prevents anyone to able to do any operation on any row in our table. So we are going to use, so we want to see products to all the users. So anyone can see the products, okay, but only we are allowing the select rule for the product. So new policy, and we can say get started quickly and enable read access to everyone. So this will allow read access to everyone, so anyone can read our product info. That is we want. Okay, so create policy name, and we can use this template. Enable read access to all users, and select operation, we are only selecting select operation, and it's true. Okay, save policy. So now it will be able to fetch all the products here. See, so the products are in our app, and you can see the products are here, and you can add to cart, and if you go to cart, there are products here. And after the checkout button, we have not implemented the checkout functionality as of now, but we will implement that also today. Good. So what is the flow of our current application? Let's discuss that first. So you will be able to understand what we are doing and what we are not doing. Okay. So what is the flow of our application? The first user will come to our application, okay, and then he will click on add to cart button. The buy now is for your home exercise. We are leaving that for now, and if you just click on add to cart button, it will save this product into the local storage. You can see here is local storage, here is cart, and you can see the product with ID 7 has two items or 2 quantity, and the product with ID 8 has also 2 quantity. So both are having two quantity, and if we do increase it, it will refresh. And if you go to cart, it is also showing here that product this is has two quantity and this product has four quantities, and these are all the correct data, and this is total amount you can check out here. So we will build the Stripe integration today. So this is now we are doing, but what is the drawback of using local storage here? If we are using the local storage, then the user will not be able to see his cart product into another browser or into another, if we can use a new incognito mode. Okay, if we come here, then all the products are showing 0 because this is another browser. So to prevent that, and if we even log in, that then even after login, the user will not be able to see his products inside the cart. So to prevent this situation, we will save the cart into our database. Number one thing is this, and let me show you how this will work. So user will click on cart plus button, okay, and what will happen? A row will be inserted into our database table, which is this one. This is our until now we have not implemented a cart table. So let's do this. New table. The table name is cart, or we can say cart item. Enable row level security, and we will only allow user with their ID, with only on their ID. Okay, they can see their own products, their own cart. We are not allowing some other user to access another user cart. So this is how we are preventing hacking, or we can say we are implementing security in our application. So ID is okay, created it is okay, and we will use here user ID. So which user has this cart item, okay, and this is a relation which will be used as user ID. Here public user and ID, okay. So here is a problem. I think the problem is the user is having int ID, which is not good. We have to modify this column. Let's delete all the users first, okay, because we don't want, we want this relation to be mapped to auth.users inside Supabase authentication. So let's delete all our rows, and let's modify this column. So let's first implement all the tables correctly, all the relations, all the security, then we will proceed to building our application, okay. So let's do this. So this ID is related to a foreign key relation. This ID is related to auth.users, and auth.users has an ID called UUID, unique ID. So we want to map this relation into users which are in authentication ID, okay. So this is how we make sure that they are in relation, okay. So this will not create any future complexity or bugs in our application. So this is correct. Default value is, we can leave that as empty, or we can say Okay, leave that as it is. And we will also create a trigger function. Anytime a user will register a new, the trigger function will run and insert a user into our user table. And the catch is here. The catch, what is the catch here? The catch is we are not allowing anyone to access our user table, because someone can come and change their ID. So we are implementing row level security and security to each row, so that not anyone can access the user table. So it is showing us fail to update PG columns, cannot cast time big into UUID, because we have implemented it like that before. So we have done a mistake. So we will delete it. We will delete this table. We will again implement this table. Fail to delete with given ID. Okay. Okay. Why is it? Because we have also relate. We have implemented relation to the current user from another tables also. Like this order has user ID, which is UUID. Okay, this is correct. Edit column. And this is related to auth.users.id. So we have done a mistake here. So we have done a couple of mistakes here and there. Like this user ID as int and this user ID as UUID. So we want all of them to be UUID, which is related to auth.uuid table. We don't want to compromise on our security, okay? And we will only allow if the user is admin, then he can insert into the product table. Only allow admins to insert into the product table. So we will implement a function which will verify first that if the user is admin, then allow him to add a product into our table. If he is not, then throw an error. Okay. So, and we will also create a enum role. So let's do this first. So let's see what we have done wrong here. Okay, order item. Okay, so let's change this. Remove relation. Yes. So we are removing the relation as of now because it creates problem in, it is creating the problem in deleting the products or deleting the user table. Okay, so now we can, if we can able to, let's see auth users UUID. Let's see if it allows us to save. Okay, it again saying that it is wrong. So let's see what is going wrong here. Edit table. Okay. Now it will allow, I think. And we will also update this after implementing a new type into our database. Let's save this. Okay. It is okay. So it is showing error. Let's delete this now. What is? Yes. Good. So let's implement the user table again. So this is user table. Enable row level security so that no one will able to access this. And let's relate this ID to our auth instance. Yeah. And let's do this. And the user will have a role, and let's do this for now, text, and it will be customer. Default value will be customer always. We are now building this application for only one admin. After, if you want to see a multiple admin e-commerce application, we can also do that by simply implementing some new tables and doing some few computation. Okay, but let's do this. Let's make this project simpler by using only one admin. So role is customer by default, and we are not allowing this is to be nullable. Created it. Okay, ID. And what other thing we want? And we want a full name. Full name will be text, and it can be nullable. Okay, is nullable, and empty will be false, and that's all. That's all we need. So let's save this. And let's implement few types. Like if someone has purchased a order and webhook will send the data with the user detail, then we will update that order with like this here, status. So we will implement a type status here, a new type. So we have functionality Supabase which you can use. So here is SQL editor. You can go into this and you can run SQL queries directly at here. So it will give you some suggestions you can do, and we will create a new query. And let's do this. So I will put all the code which can be useful to you inside the GitHub repository. Okay, so you can check it out. I think the link is in the comment or in the description. So we can say create type. So we want to create type, and what is the type? So we want this to be status, or we can say order status. Order status. Create type order status as enum, and which will be, we can say, pending. So the user will click on the checkout button and it will insert pending order status. And after we have received the payment successful webhook event, then we'll update it to success. So this is success. This is the first type, and create another type, and which is role, or we can say, yeah, let's keep it capital as enum, and it's admin, and another one is customer. You can also implement admin, super admin, and so far if you like, and customer. It is up to you to customize this project however you like. Customer. That's all. So create type, order status, pending success, admin, customer. So these two types will help us here. So we can select it here. You will see. So let's run this query. Okay, and if you come here, and you will able to see here. If you refresh the page, I think. Edit this column. Here you will see role and order status are here. So select the order status. So it will help you to prevent any another status inside this column. So if someone wants to insert a like succeeded Okay, so it will throw us an error that this type doesn't support this thing. Okay, and the default will be order status default will be pending. Allow nullable note is unique note status. Okay, so let's save this. Fail to with okay, so it is saying that it cannot be cast automatically to type order status. So what is the problem here? Why is that? It should be not default for column status cannot be cast automatically to type order status. Okay, so I think we have to name our default for column status cannot be cast automatically to type order status. What is the problem here? Let's see. It should allow. Why is not? Let's do this. Row level security user ID status text pending. Okay, so let's delete this column and add a column status, and the type is order status and it is pending. Allow nullable note. Save this. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so and user ID will be, let's map this relation to edit relation to public.user. Okay, to public.user.id. Now in the order item, we also want to map this thing in that column. So let's edit this. So first we will insert the items into the cart, then we will insert the items into the order item table inside our server, not into the client, because one can change order item by accessing our APIs if we do this inside the client. That's why we will be doing in the server inside the Next.js API folder. Okay, so the order item has a relation to the user, which is public.user, and it has ID. It has order ID, which is related to order table. It has product ID, which is related to product table, and it has user ID, which is related to user table. Okay, let's save this. Okay, this is showing us some error, so let's delete this. I think this is some problem with Supabase. I don't know why it is throwing that error. Order ID, product ID, and let's the user ID. Yeah, it worked. Okay, product ID, order ID, and user ID. Order table also, we have also implemented the relation inside the order table, and we have also implemented inside the product. We don't need any relation here. So now we will build our cart table. So cart table only needs a row level security. We will implement it after this. So what a cart table needs. So let's see. So it is same as order item table. The only difference, it doesn't have the order ID. It is same as it is as order item table. So what order item table has? ID created at, which is default by default, and product ID and quantity and user ID. Product ID is related to product table. And user ID. This cart item belongs to which user? That's why user ID is needed. Otherwise, we will not use this column. Okay. So when we do a query like give us all the cart items which has this user ID and which has this, so it will give all the cart items which belongs to that user ID. So the user ID is here. Let's save this. And this is a product ID and how many quantities the user has inside their cart. So quantity of the product, quantity, and quantity will be integer, and it is 0, or we can say it can't be null. Okay, so this is all we need. Order ID is not inside the cart table. Product ID, quantity, and user ID. These all three things. Save this. So now cart table has been done, and let's implement the row level security. Always enable row level security, because if you not, your database will crash, because someone will try to hack your database or do some malicious stuff inside your server or database. So confirm, and let's enable the new policy, which is only allow users to access the cart, only allow themselves, not others. So this is here. Enable update access to user based on their email. So we will use this author email. Okay. So we'll use this thing. Use this template, but we will allow all the operations. User can select their own cart items, user can insert them into their cart, user can update, and user can delete simply. Or we can say, yeah, user can delete the item. So we can allow all the functionality, enable all operations for users based on the user ID. Okay. And here we will say auth.uid is equal to user ID, then allow all the users, and we will save it. So this is how we will implement the security in our application. Enable all operation. And order, user can only select their orders. User cannot update, user cannot insert, user cannot delete their orders. We will update the order status, or we will do any operation related to update or delete inside the server with a special key or with a special environment key, which we can't show it into the client. Okay. And order item has also some RLS policies, and product has enable read access for all. User has also some policies. So let's implement one by one. The role is customer. I know it throws an error. Let's delete this column. The default user will be customer. Simple. Allow nullable note. Now let's implement the row level securities. So how many viewers are watching? So order item is also same as this one. User can select their own order items. So this one. Let's copy this and use this template. User can only enable select for users based on their user ID. Not everything, only select. So why we are allowing user to select their order items? Because if the user placed a order, and if he clicks on an order, then he will be, or they will be able to see all their order items into the in the website. Okay. So enable select for users based on their user ID. Save policy. Now, here comes the interesting part, product. We will only allow a user to add the product if the user is admin, otherwise not. So let's create a new policy. Allow access to everything. Okay. So here, fully custom, allow access everything to admin. Allow access everything to admin. Okay. And we will, here is an interesting fact, we will use a database function here. So let's see how we will implement the database function, which will return us a boolean, which will say, yes, if this is user is admin, it returns true, and if they're not, it returns us false. So let's implement that also. So here, let's implement the function first. So let's go into new query, and let's rename this query is admin query. So here we will say create function, or let's create function and is admin. okay, and it will accept a user ID. It will accept a user ID, which is UUID, okay, and it will returns a boolean value. So this is how we implement a function inside our database, okay. So we are not using any server side. This is all done by Supabase itself, and it will select and it will say exist. And how this is going to work, let's see. So we now have a user ID. It will search into the database if the user ID, if any user has this user ID and is that user is a admin or not, is an admin or not, okay. So select one. This means select only one row, or we can say select if the user is exist or not. Otherwise it will throw us an error from public.user, okay, from public.user as you can say as you, we can short form it, and we can say where u.role, because the user table we have implemented role column inside our which table, inside our user table, and we have also implemented a type, and we can say if the user role is admin. So like this, if the user role is admin, and you can say and user.id is user ID. Simple. So it is selecting a user which has this user ID and which has this user which has role as admin. If it is true, then if it is exist, it will return a boolean, true, otherwise false, okay. And then we will say $, and we will say language is SQL, and we will say security is definer, like this, and let's put a semicolon here. So this is how we have created a function which will return us and which will check if a user is admin or not, okay. So this is how we created a function, and let's run this query if this works or not. Yeah, so the function is now successfully created. If you go into the database, and you will see our function has been created here is our is admin function, and it will return a boolean. So this is how we have created a function which will check if a user is admin or not. Now we have to run this function before checking that allow access everything to admin. If a user wants to insert a new product into our product table, then this function will run first, and it will check the user role, okay. So it will check like this. Let me so it will check is admin, and it will auth.uid. That's all. Allow access everything to admin, and is admin auth.uid. So it will return a boolean expression, and it will enable row level security for our table, okay. That's all. And let's review. Is admin author.uid and allow access everything and save policy. So this is how we have created row level security for our product. So now let's see this if the function is working or not by inserting a. Okay, let's finish all the things. Then we will check everything we have created. Okay. So now we have to implement a trigger function. Now what we are doing is, let's see into our authentication or layout where it is, where we are handling our authentication. It's here, I think, handle submit. So currently we are, let me explain you what I'm trying to say. So there is a catch. What I have told you that we are not allowing anyone to access our user table. So zero active RLS policies, which means zero. Okay, if you are not able to see this, let me. So it is saying that zero active RLS policies, and we are not doing anything to it. So it means not even admin can access this from client or from server. Only. So why we are doing that? Because we don't want anyone to do anything with our user table. We want this to be secure. So if a user registers on our application, then what will happen? In previous video, we have manually inserting the user into our user table like this, which is not secure. Why is not secure? Because someone can access to our API keys from the network tab, and they can insert as many as users into our table, or they can even modify some other user. And that's why we are removing this from here. And if a user registers on our application from Supabase authentication, so it will trigger a function which will automatically insert a user into our user table, into this table. Okay, so let's implement that function. This is called trigger function. Okay, so if a user register on our application, then it will detect that a user has been registered, and it will run a trigger function. And what will the trigger function will do? A trigger function will insert a new row with everything this contains. We will use metadata to insert full name and insert a new row with data, with corresponding data to user, and the role will be automatically created as a customer because we have already said that default value will be customer. So that's how. Okay, so let's see. So let's see how we are going to create a trigger function. So this is the best approach I have been able to found out. This is the best approach. Okay. So this is a big function. Which I have found out internet. You can also copy and paste. I will update our readme into our GitHub repository where you can find out this code. And let's see, where is the, yes, here it is. So inside our SQL editor, here is new query. Let's do another query, and this is our function. So I will explain you how it is, what it is doing. Okay. So if our database already has this handle new user function, it will remove this and it will create a new function on public, return trigger as insert into public.user ID and full name, and into our metadata here. So we will say it full name. So as we are doing it here, we can say full name. Full name. So now it is inside the metadata of our application. And it will return new. And that's all. Create trigger on auth user created, and after insert auth user, for each row, execute procedure public dot handle new user. So this is triggering this function every time a new user has inserted into our auth user created table, which is Supabase default table. So let's execute this function. Success. And you will see into the database now, this function has been created on auth user created users, handle new users, insert events. So every time an insert event will occur into the on auth user created table, this will insert a new user with metadata into our public user table. So this is how all this is working. Okay, so let's do the demo of this, if it is working or not. Let's see. And we can allow users to see their own profile, like we want into our application, like if the user is admin, then show the admin panel or show some edit product button. Okay, so that we are creating a new policy where user can see their own profile if the user want. Enable read access to everyone? No, only like this. Use this template, author.uid is equal to user ID, and select, enable select for users based on their user ID. Okay, sorry, I have not turned off. Okay, so enable select for users based on their user ID, like this. So let's review, and let's create this another row level security policy. Okay, what is saying? Okay, user ID not exist. So here we will say ID, because user table has ID, not user ID. Simple. Save user. Now all our tables are secured. Only users can see their own cart, their own orders, their own order items. Only admin can insert into product table. The user can only able to see their own user profile. That's all. Okay, good. So now where we are. Now we have created RLS, row level security policies, for every table. And now we will see these all working or not. Okay. So let's refresh this. Let's see. So we'll log out first. We'll do a refresh. We will sign up. We will say name. New user @ so it should create a trigger function. It should enable our trigger function. Okay, so it should automatically create a new row inside our user table. Let's see if it works or not. So let's sign up. Successfully signed up. Okay. So user metadata has. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, so our trigger function is working successfully, is working perfectly. So this is user ID, this is customer, and now what we can do is we can edit this column and we will update that this user is admin, so that we can do our admin stuff. Let's refresh. Okay, sorry, we did a mistake. It should be customer. Okay, now if we go to admin panel and we try to insert a new product, it should throw us an error. Okay, why? Because the user who is inserting a new product into product table is not admin, so he can't do that. Product description, this will fail. Choose a image, you will see that the API will fail. Submit. See, so the first it will upload an image, which is not a problem. It will say new row level security policies for product. Why is that? Because we are not allowing anyone to create a new product. Okay, now let's update this as a admin. Now if we try to do this, it will work because the user is admin. Where it is? So it takes error message and set loading. You can watch the previous video if you want to understand what I am doing here. So this is a mistake we have done. So now, okay. So we have to refresh this page. Now insert product. It will work. Product. Choose a file and let's see. Uploading the image, inserting into a table, product added successfully. Great. So now the product has been added successfully. Why is that? Because the user is admin. Simple. Now we can enable editing over product or editing anything, okay? And we can even show this navigation only if the user is admin, otherwise not. Let's see. Into our auth context. Here we can say user details. Currently is null. And we can say case set user detail. Like this. Simply, once the app is working, or we can say inside the auth context, the first time the use effect will run and it will fetch over details simply. Okay. Only if the user is registered. We can run another use effect hook here. And it will only work on auth session. If then return, and if it is, then call over users table and get the user with current user ID and update the state simply. Thank you very much. So we will call a anonymous function inside our, so like this, and we will say async. This is how we call an anonymous function inside our in the JavaScript, okay? And it will say data and error and await Supabase dot from which table? User table dot select all the fields dot equal where the ID is equal to Supabase dot auth dot session dot ID. Supabase dot auth So we are using Supabase, which is a open source database. So we can build our application using their free tier, and they have provided us APIs which we can use. So Supabase client, we can use that to call our database simply. So this is very convenient. And user.id. So what we are saying that we are fetching the user from our Supabase database, and the ID is equal to our session ID. And dispatch. If this is error, then return, do nothing. And if it is not, dispatch set user table user, like this, simple. State dot session. So now we can see where it is. So if we refresh the user will select. So the name is here and it is role is here. And now if it is here, we can use this detail to show anyone what we want to show. If the user is admin, then only show this navigation and show the edit product button, otherwise not. So let's go into the layout and inside the header. So only show this if user details, where it is here, if user detail dot role is equal to admin, then only show, otherwise not. So the user is admin, that's why it is showing, otherwise not. Okay, so what it is, user dot role is not defined. Okay. Good. Let's put this into the another. Let's log to the console what is user details here. Yeah, it has a role property with admin value. And if we go into our database and update the role value to customer, okay, then you will see the admin will be out. The admin will not show here. Okay, so let's apply this again with admin, and you will see automatically it will get updated. Okay, so how looks, this is how it is working. We can also navigate the user from here. Okay, we can run a use effect hook. this session is coming from auth context. So let's import this here. The stream current bitrate is higher than the okay. Let me update the stream setting quickly. It is showing me some problem. Okay, done. Now, this session is coming from auth context. So let's import this. And it has two values, state and dispatch. We don't need dispatch here. And state contains three values, which are session user details and form type. We need here user detail. Okay. And here we need role. So we can say if the role is equal to admin is not equal to admin, then router.push/. So we don't want anyone to access this route. So this is how we are protecting the route. Like this. So we have not imported use effect here. What it is saying, property is reading. So it may be possible that it does not have this role. So let's do this user details dot role and let's update this like this. Okay, and we can use this operation here. And we have not imported router also. Like this, and it will say it is missing dependency router, which we can do it here like this. Now it will work. And if the user is customer, let's update this here. So now the user is customer and let's go. And if we try to go the admin panel, it will redirect us to same page. Okay, so the route is protected now. Okay. So we are using client side approach to protect the route, but we can also use server side. But for simplicity, we are sticking to client side validation and client side security. So the now admin route has been protected. And let's update this. So it is saying something is wrong with byte rate. What is the problem here? No, we are just using use context API. In most of the application, we don't need Redux anymore. We now have better options, such as for smaller application, we can use context APIs. And so we have auth context, we have cart context, we have product context, and we are using like this. So inside the auth context, product context, and inside the product context, the cart context. So we will also implement some application in which we will use query, or we can say React query, so that we don't even need to use the use context hook also. So we can say that Redux is not useful for the smaller application we are building here. Okay, so let's go where we are. So now we have seen how the security in our application is working, and now we will implement the functionality to add the products to the cart using our database. Currently this is working with local storage. So I'm taking a quick pause for like 2 minutes, then we will continue. Let's continue. Something is related with bitrate using OBS Studio. I am not able to understand. The YouTube is showing me the stream current bitrate is 670 kbps, is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you to use 9500, and I'm not able to figure out why it's not working. Okay. Hello. So let's go. So we have done a few changes inside. So let's see. So currently everything is inside local storage. So now we are going to save everything into our database. Okay. Into our card table which we have built as of now. Into this table. Where is into this table? Okay. So every time a user clicks on add to cart button, it will be save. The cart will be saved with its quantity inside the cart table. Add to cart. And we can make this function as async await function, and let's await. Insert, and it takes, and we have product ID and we have quantity is 1, and quantity is something which we will take from the state, previous state, like this. So we can say current cart. So what is the current cart? Let's see inside the use table. Cart state. So quantity will be cart state because cart state is an object which has product ID which is mapped to quantity of the product. Okay, so like this has product ID which has and quantity, it is mapped. So quantity is cart state product dot ID plus 1 because it is add to cart. And if it is 0, then we can say 0. Cart state of product ID is, if it is null or undefined, then we can say 0 plus 1. So this is the quantity, and that's all we need. Product ID, quantity, and user ID. We also need user ID. So this card belongs to which user? So user ID, which is supabase.auth.session.user. Session is a function, remember that. And user dot id, product id and its quantity and user id. That's all. Why it is fetch current cart. Let's remove this thing. We are not using this anymore. So let's do error handling also. If we got an error, we can say, we can show a toast message with error message, error.message. Await Supabase dot from cart dot select, and select everything, and we only want to select the cart items which belongs to the current user. So dot equal user id is equal to supabase dot auth dot session dot id. So it will give us the current card items. Okay, card context. If we see inside the card context, here are if products not products, return cart quantities. So now let's do this first. If cart error, show us cart error and return simply. And here we can say set cart state, and we need to, the Supabase returns as an array of all the products which are belongs to a user cart. So we now have to reduce it into the mapping of the cart, mapping from the product ID to product quantity. Okay, so cart dot reduce, we have to do this. Okay, previous and current. Okay, and this will take a empty first. In the first it will take an empty object. Okay, and it will return previous of, instead of this it will return dot 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 previous and like this, or we can say like this, because it have to return this. So this is not a correct approach. What we have to do is, instead of this we can just do it like this, dot 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 previous and return current contains a product which has all the product details like product id, product id and current.quantity, like this. So if you see this, if you log this, you will see what I'm saying. Let's see. We are not calling this function as of now. No, let's do this fetch current cart into the cart context. Instead of getting the local cart, what we will do, we will fetch the card from our database. And how we will do? Let's again build an anonymous function, async. Wait, fetch current card. And we are not exporting it, so let's export it from here. Let's import it here. Fetch current cart. Okay, and like this. Simply by doing this and nothing. Let's remove all of this. When the application runs the first time, we will check if the cart is empty or not. If not empty, we will get the cart from local storage and update the state. Instead of local storage, now it is server. We will get the cart from server and update the state. Simple. Or the database. Now you will see, okay, it is saying something has got wrong. Let's refresh this. Okay, input syntax for type UID is undefined. What happened? Okay, user.id. Now it will return us. So the current user cart contains no item, which is true because the current cart is empty. So now we have to add to cart. So let's click a button, add to cart. And it is showing column cart does not exist. Okay. So let's go into this where it is not the product ID, like this. Add to cart. Now it is add to cart. And if you will refresh this, we will find that it contains 7 with 1. Okay. So let's remove this and so after adding to cart, update the current state. We have to do this every time. So let's remove this and we will try to find another solution to fetch the cart after doing any operation of inserting a product into cart or removing a product from the cart. Okay. Now remove from cart. If cart state product has more than one item, then set cart state. Instead of doing this, what we will do, if the current product inside the cart has more than one quantity, means 2, 3, 1, then decrease by 1 simply. So we will await. Let's do this const data error and we will say await supabase.from, which is cart, dot update, and we will update quantity is cart state product id -1, simple. And what we will do is equal where product id is this product id and user id is this user id. Okay, so here is a catch. It will insert another. Okay, so here is a catch. If cart state has already this product, then we will update, and if not, then we will insert, simple. So let's okay. Otherwise, if it is not, then simply insert this. Dot update where the quantity is product id cart product id +1. Okay, and where dot equal to user id is equal to current session id, and product id is equal to product.id, which we are getting from here, like this. And if the error is occurred, then we will do this, or instead of this you can directly say error is updated. If the error is in, then toast message. So like this, we are adding a product to a cart. Removing cart, we can also do a upsert operation here, but let's do this for simplicity now. Okay, remove from cart. And if it is not, then we will delete. We will do a delete request. Delete that row which contains product id is this product id and user id is this. Okay, like this. And same for the error, let error, and we will see here if the error is of what? Error is of update error, and here is error delete error. We can say error is equal to delete error, and error is updater, simply by doing this. And now we will assign, we'll toast a message of error if the error has been occurred, like this. So, and by removing the from the cart, what we will do, we will do the same operation as we have done here. Instead of product, now we will just say delete everything this user contains, remove this. And we can even handle error here like this. Simple. After removing or inserting a product from the cart, we have to fetch the current status. We have to fetch the current cart and update the state accordingly. So we implemented this function which will handle all of these things. So let's call it after the operation here. And let's await for it. Okay. So this is done. So we don't need local storage anymore. We are just using server database. So this all the logic is same as it was for the local storage. The only thing which is different now is instead of saving the cart into the local storage, we are saving it into the database cart table. Okay. So let's see if this is working or not. Because local storage is inside our browser, it will get reflected very quickly into the milliseconds. But as of now, it is going to take some time to update our cart. Let's see, if we click on plus button, a request will be sent. And you will see too. It took some time, okay, plus it took some time, 3. So we can set a loading state here, okay. So every time, so there are 2 requests for every add to cart or remove to cart button. If we click on minus button, you will see it will send a request and we will again fetch the product. And now the cart contains only one product, and if we click on add to cart, so now 3 contains, so you will see 3 products here. And you can see by going into the cart table, if you refresh this, we have 3 products inside our cart which belongs to this user. We can implement a loading state so that user will be able to see. So let's go into the product where it is. So we can implement a loading state here. Okay. And we can implement a function handle cart operation async. Or instead of saying operation, oh, okay, we can say this operation. Okay, sounds good. We can say set loading is true, await operation, and set loading is false. This is how we will handle the operation here. And instead of calling this, we can call this one like handle operation, and like this. Yeah, it's very simple. And if you watch the previous parts, it will make much more sense. And let's do this with loading. If it is loading, then disabled all the buttons, add to cart or everything, because we don't want the user to disabled. If it is this loading is true, then it is disabled. Also disable these both buttons. So the user won't be able to click as many times, or it will prevent any other mistakes that can happen. Okay, like this. So we have not imported use state here. So we can also make a loading spinner here. If it is not loading, then show this. Otherwise, show a loading spinner, which we can import from FA spinner. And we can animate it, animate spin. And FA spinner is a icon which we can see here, React icons. Here it is, FA spinner. You can select anyone you want, okay? And let's import. Now we will see if we click on plus. Okay. So here is the catch. Instead of this, we can pass the whole function here, like this handle operation. So this is a wrong approach because we are passing a product inside this. So what we can do, so this is not a function. You can directly await. This is a promise. You will see if you hover over it, you will see this is a promise. Here you will not be able to see. You if you go to, let's remove this. If you go into use cart, you will see what is the type of this function. So it returns a promise. So you have to just wait for it. It is not a function. It's just a promise. That's why we are awaiting for it. Now we will see if we click on add to cart button, it will show us a circle, or we can say spinner. We can also do this here. If it is loading, show us a spinner, otherwise not. We can say it here. You will see. We will click on plus button, it will show a spinner. Look how how it is. It's so cool. And if you click on add to cart, okay, it is not showing a spinner. Why is it is not showing a spinner? If it is loading, then show a spinner, otherwise show add to cart. And let's make it bigger. Text LG. Let's refresh this. Now you will see everything is in our database. The quantity and everything you can see here. If we refresh this, you will be able to see 4.1. If you click on plus button, okay, it is not. I think something is. Let's rerun our server. Okay, this is problem of good. We have to make it outside, because after the database has been updated, then after the state is being updated. That's why we are not able to see the spinner after clicking on add to cart button. Okay. So the solution is use end operator here. Okay. That's the solution. And it's not loading. And if it is loading, then just show a spinner. Where it is? It's here. And let's make the spinner a bit bigger. Excel, I think Excel will be fine. Okay. Something is. Spinner is even showing small. Are we setting? Yeah, text LG here. That's why. No. we have to give it full width. Now it's good, and we can also make it center. Okay, okay, it and we can make this where it is py black, h full width full, add to cart. These are CSS, you can play it around, but the important part has been done, which is adding a product to our database. Okay, cart, rounded text. We have to remove all the widthful things. These are not good. Okay, and add to cart. White is flex column. Flex row, and we have to give it full width, and we have to make it center. Where is the buy now button? Yes, there is it. We can give padding like 2. 2 is fine. Yeah, padding 2 is fine. Yeah, looks good. And we can also give them padding of 2. Yeah, so for this one we can say with full. Let's see how it works. No, we can give it padding of 5. Let's see. Yeah, so let's keep it as it is, and we will play it around. Let's focus on main functionalities here. So we can click on plus button to add to cart, and we can also remove everything from cart. Okay, add to cart. You will see the cart is updated here also. The cart has 2 items. The cart has 3 items. If you click on this, the cart now has this one. And if you click on checkout button, now the main part comes with which is playing around with server and Stripe. Okay, we don't need it anymore. Now we can add a product, we can add to cart, remove to cart, we can see our cart. Now we will implement our checkout functionality. Let's go to cart page. Here it is. So you must be logged into checkout. If you are not logged in, then it will show us an error. And let's remove this and await Supabase order. So we don't have to do this anymore here. We will just call an API. We will call API to create order. So let me quickly show you what we are going to do. Okay. So user has product in their cart. Okay. Product in their cart. Now we'll call API, call create session, anything we can name it, create session. Let's call it create session, create checkout session. Okay, create checkout or even simple checkout. Let's keep it simple checkout. We'll call the endpoint checkout. And what it will do, we will pass a body with these following details. We will pass a user ID. Okay, so the card belongs to which user, and that's all we need. We don't need anything else. We just need user ID and all the things we can fetch from our database in the server. So we have user ID. Now the checkout, how we will implement this checkout endpoint. So we will fetch all the items in user cart. We will fetch all the items from user cart. Okay. Then we will create an order. We will create a order. So how we will create a order? We will just insert a new table. We will insert a new row into the table, which is, let me show you where it is. Yeah. So it is here. We will create a new order, which is, we will create a order by inserting a new row into the order table. So create an order. Then we will receive a order item. We will receive an order ID here. So we will use this order ID to update our order item table. So now update, or we can say insert all the items into, I think my screen is visible. Yeah. So order item table. We will insert all the items with order item table with order ID. That's why we have created an order first, so that we can have an order ID, so that we can insert all the items into our order item table. So order ID, product ID, quantity, and all these things are in the cart items, but only the things which is different is order ID. So we will insert all the cart items into order items table by placing an order first, then we will insert. Okay. Now this part is complete. Now the part comes of payment. So how we are gonna implement the payment? We'll go to Stripe. We will install Stripe dependencies into our project, and after we will install, we will just create a session with Stripe checkout session API. Stripe gives us an API to create session. So checkout session APIs. We'll create checkout session and all the payment will be handled by Stripe. So there is nothing to us to worry about, okay? So everything will be handled by Stripe. We don't have to worry about anything payment related. So we will create a just session, and Stripe will give us a URL, a checkout URL, and the checkout URL will be the user will be redirected to that checkout URL, and the user will do a payment, and that's all. And we will receive. That's all. The Stripe part has been ended. Now our part has come. What we have to do is we have to place this order. So the order status has two types, pending and success. So we will update its success if we know that user has successfully done a payment. So how we will know? So the Stripe gives a power of webhook. So Stripe gives as a power of webhook. Webhook is simply a API, one-side API. Stripe will send us data. So we will implement a webhook endpoint. We can name it anything as we want. So Stripe will send us some data to this endpoint every time user has done some events with Stripe. If user has created a checkout session, if user has failed payment, everything is given by Stripe here. Stripe will send us data related to payment the user has been done on our website, on this webhook. And Stripe will also give us a secret so that we can assure that this data is true and this data we can trust this data. Why? Because we have that secret. Stripe does have a secret. We will match the secret. The secret is equal to the secret has given by Stripe. Then it is okay. Then we will say we can trust this data, and it will say this user ID with this order ID, or we can say this order ID has been successfully done, or this order has been successfully done by how much this much payment has been received by Stripe. So we will update our order status column to succeeded, to success, or we can say anything to success, because we have already defined this thing. That's all. Our e-commerce website is completed. So let's implement all of this functionality I have told you. Okay. So this is very fun, and you will be able to think about many applications of using this approach of webhook. And if you want this, I have written into the PDF, you can comment it out. I will put a link into the description. Okay. Now let's implement all of this functionality. Okay. Let's go. So inside the API, we will create a checkout.js. Okay. And Hello. Let me quickly fix some things here. So you can see how the Next.js API routes work. Export default function checkout handler. You can name anything you want, and it will receive two parameters, request and response. Simple. And you can see if request dot type, or we can say like this. Let me show where it is. So let's first install Stripe into our application. Okay. Stripe has a library called Stripe. You can install it by npm install, or if you are using Yarn, then you can use Yarn add Stripe, or because we are using npm, we can say npm install Stripe. Let me quickly say where it is. Components. So we can say here request.method is equal to post, because we only want to receive post request here. We can say try catch we can say res dot set header. We only want to receive post request here. Okay, allow post, and we can say request dot status 405 request method not allowed. 405 is status code used for if you are not allowing that particularly request method. Let's install npm install stripe. You can even see the stripe documentation here. The stripe documentation are written very well, and you can easily see everything here. You can see here Next.js option is here, and we can see everything. Okay, so this is we are going to implement. So these are my test key. You will be able to see your test keys inside your application. You can sign in or okay, and you can create a Stripe demo account for your project use cases. Okay. So as I was said here, first we will send a user ID into the request body. Simple. And we will also send customer email so that we will able to save the checkout details and payment details into the Stripe with that corresponding email ID. Let's remove this as of now. We don't need it. We will just need const customer email and customer ID, and which is we are getting from request body, customer email and customer ID. Okay, and now we will fetch all the items into the cart as we have discussed. So export function. So this is not a simple function, this is a asynchronous function. Okay, and we will receive data which are cart items belongs to that user. Cart items fetch error. Dot select. Select all. Okay, but we don't want to select all of this. If you see the Supabase documentation, we want to select the quantity of the product. Okay, the quantity of the product which is inside the cart, and it has product ID. So we don't want product ID, but we want product information. So we can define the query like this. Because it has a relationship with product table, we can make it like this. We need ID of product, we need name of product, we need description. Why description? Because we want to show the user on the Stripe checkout page all the details of all the products, and the price of the product, the stock of the product. Okay, and this is all the things we want: quantity and product items, all the product items. And select supabase.from cart.select, and here is the catch. We will create a new Supabase client. We will not use this Supabase client because this is created by Supabase which key. So they both are public keys which we can share to public, but now we are going to use a key which will bypass the row level security policies we have created. Why we want to do that? Because we have assigned row level security policies so that not anyone can access our database and do any bad things to our database. That's why we have used this key. So these key are only bound to use for client, and these have limited access. But the key which we are going to use has all the access to our all data. So use this carefully and don't upload it on any public platform like GitHub or any other platform, and use this key carefully. Okay, you can find this key here in this Supabase by going into settings, into API. And this is called service role. Okay, this key has the ability to bypass row level security. Never share it publicly. Okay, so we'll use this key. Okay, so I am also hiding my key so that not anyone will be able to access the keys. This is called service role. Okay, so secret key, we can call it a secret key which has access to all our data. You can copy it from here and you can use it. So now so we'll create this new client which is server client. Okay, so we'll create a new folder here, server Supabase client. Okay, we can say server Supabase client, or we can also, yeah, this is good, I think. Or we can say this, rename this as server utils. Okay, which is, I think, much good. Server utils. Inside we will create server Supabase client.js, and we can copy and paste those code, and instead of using this one, we can call it a secret key. This is the key which can bypass row level security, so it can access all our data. So this is we are using to interact to our database. Okay, as of now. So now we can import the Supabase client. So here you can see this is for server, this is for client, and this is for server. So we can import it from this one. So this is secret. Okay, and we will select this and we will say when this is equal to what, when this is equal to user ID, we want to select the cart of the user ID which we have received by this customer ID. Okay, user ID is customer ID. This is wrong. So it will return us all the cart items of that particular user. We can say it here. If we can validate it, okay. If not, we can say missing customer email or ID. It is always a good practice to validate our request body before proceeding further. Okay. You can also check it if it is a string or not, if the user exists or not, and many other things. If the customer ID and customer email are both related or not. We can do as many as validation, and it is a good practice. And I will leave that for your part. Okay, we are now focusing on main functionalities here. So now if we have received an error, cart items fetch error, we can send a 500 error message which say error fetching cart items. Why 500? Because 4xx is used for client errors and 5xx is used for server errors. And database is part of server, that's why res.status500.json error fetching cart items. And now we have our cart items here. Now we have create our order. Now we can create our order. Okay. Here. So we will again data order, and error is order creation or error, because we are creating a order, which means we are inserting a row into our order table. Supabase dot from order. We have named it order table. You can see it here where it is. It is here. So where are our tables? Here is. So we will create a order which needs user ID and status. Status we don't need because it will be automatically created every time a row is inserted. Okay. So supabase.from order dot insert, and it will take arguments of array which contains value. So what are the values? Values are user ID, only user ID. It just need all our ID created at and status will be implemented automatically, will be inserted automatically. And we can say user ID, where it is. User ID is customer ID, simple. And order creation, and if it fails, if order creation error fails, if we will again say 500 status error creating order. That's all. Okay. Now we have our order, and we will use this order ID to insert into order items table. Const data items. Insert. Now it will take an array of all our order items, which are cart items, with an order ID. So we will make a array here, order items from cart items is equal to cart items dot map, and it has cart item. It will return an array. Okay, and what will it return? It will return order ID, which is order 0. So this returns an array, or which, and the order ID belongs to the 0th element of the array. So we can say here const order ID is equal to order 0 dot ID. So we can use this everywhere because we need order ID to create order items. Here it is. So order ID, and what are the other things we need? Created at automatic ID, automatic product ID, and quantity and user ID, which we have received into from this one. Product cart item product dot ID, quantity is cart item dot quantity, either here it is, and user ID we don't need, we just need user ID, and user ID will be customer ID. That's all. That's our array of all the order items, product ID, quantity, and user ID. So we'll just do it here like this. Simple. It has an array of all the order item objects. That's all. And that's all. And we can say it same, if order items creation error, then respond a error message, error inserting order items, and if not, then very well done, we have successfully inserted all the things. And now comes the part of Stripe. Okay, the part of our Supabase or our database is finished. Now the part comes of Stripe, which we can take help from Stripe documentation from here. We have to create a session using Stripe checkout session, create line items, mode, payment, successful, and anything we want to do here. And we will also require a Stripe process, Stripe secret key, and everything here. Okay. So you can read more about it here, and as I have already read the documentation and I have implemented it many times, so I will directly implement it here. You can see. So line items are the items which we need. So we can say cart items dot map cart item, and name of the product we can say. So if we, because we are using, okay, we can directly return it. So it will need a price data. You will see here price data. Where is it? You can see the documentation for API. Here are the details of creating an order. Checkout session. Where is checkout session? You can send checkout session. checkout introduction. Here it is. So line items, this is different. Stripe.js, this is Stripe.js, we need stripe. Okay, where it is? Introduction, Stripe.js. API doc. Here it is. Node. Stripe Node.js documentation. Stripe, you can see it here. Dispute events, payout customers, events, where are prices, checkout. Here are checkout session. Here you will see this is the object, session object, which we get after creating a session. And what it takes, this is all the items which it takes. Line items, line items contains, okay. Create a session. A quick pause for drinking water. Let's continue. So here how you create a session. You will say that mode is one-time payment. You will also specify the cancel URL and a success URL, currency, customer email, line items dot price data. We will use a price data object, okay, and which will currency, product data, amount, okay, all the other things you can read about it, metadata, payment intent. There are a lot of things you can specify inside the request body of this one. So we will return price data, which is currency is USD, product data is name, cart item dot product dot name. That's why we have fetched okay product data inside. You can see here where are the into the price data, line items, and here are the product data. Inside the product data, a list of 8 URLs of images for the meant to be displayed to the customer. So you can specify all the requirements of your product, name, description, and image. Up to 8. Stripe allows us to insert 8 images. Okay, that's very nice description. images, we can say product.image, or we can also fetch an image here. Okay, let's fetch image also. And where it is images. Okay. And description card.product.description. That's all. Okay, we also need the price, but the price is already been specified over here. Okay, unit amount. Instead of price, we will say unit amount. You can see here where is why we are using the unit amount here. Where it is. Price data. Where is price data? Unit amount. Here is the price data dot unit amount, and no negative integer in page represent how much to charge, which means if our product price is $100, then the unit amount is 100 into 100. Okay, because $1 has 100 cents. That's why. So the unit amount will be cart item dot product dot price into 100. And now we will specify our quantity of the product, cart item not quantity. That's why. That's all we need as of now. So this is price data, this is for, and this is for map, this is for. Okay. So these are our line items and our data which we give to Stripe to make our checkout page automatically. Okay. Now comes the part of session. We will create a Stripe session, which is equal to await Stripe. Okay, if we have installed the Stripe, it will show us here. Now let's first import the Stripe and initialize it. Let's see. Hello world. Yeah. Let's import load Stripe from Stripe, and we will use const Stripe is equal to load Stripe, and it will take process.env. These are our environment variable. Stripe secret key, which we can get it from over here. These are our test keys which we can test. Okay, this is the test key. You can get it from here after signing or okay. So now we have our Stripe instead of so we have to put it into our environment variable file. Let me quickly put it into our environment. So we'll name it Stripe secret key. Stripe secret key. Okay, this is also secret key, so don't show it publicly. But it is a test key, so we don't have to worry much about Stripe. Stripe secret key simply. So why cart product? Because this is unit amount. As I have told you that Stripe accept the amount in unit amount, okay, which means $1 has 100 cents. That's why our currency is in USD dollar. That's why we are multiplying it by 100. You can read more about it on Stripe documentation, like here, where it is. And non how much to charge? 1 unit amount or unit amount decimal is required. And that's all we have implemented. That load we have already loaded the Stripe, and now we'll create the session. Okay, where we ever here Stripe dot Stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create, which we will use customer email, and we will give it line items. We will give it mode of one-time payment. These all the things you can read here. Okay, here line items and optional array of hashes. Optional array, we have given customer email, we will give success URL, we will give currency, we will give mode, we will give cancel URL, all of the things you can read more about it. And I will give success URL. Success URL is simply /cart and /success is true. Same is that cancel URL, cancel is true. So it will, if the payment is successful, then it will redirect the user to this URL, and if it not, then it will redirect to this. And then we will check the by webhook on the cart page that if the user has successfully done the payment or not. Okay. Now we will give it payment intent data, so that this data, and inside this there is metadata, and inside the metadata we will give it order ID. Okay, why we are giving payment intent data and then metadata and then order ID? Because it will be received by webhook. Okay, this data will be sent to webhook, so that we will fetch that order ID, and we will able to update that order ID, order status. That's why we are giving the metadata order ID. We can even specify anything, and it will be sent to us by webhook. You will understand, we will implement webhook. Okay. So this is the Stripe session we have implemented. Now we will return res dot, or simply we will return res dot status 200 and session URL. We can also return a session, but we don't need anything. We only need session URL, session dot URL. That's all we need. And we will use this session URL to redirect the user, and then user will complete the payment, and we will check from a webhook that if the user has successfully completed the payment or not. Okay, so let's see if this route is working or not. So what we have done here, we received customer ID and customer email from request body. We have fetched all the cart items related to that user. User ID is equal to customer ID. Then we have created an order. If the order is not created, then we are sending an error. Otherwise not, we are saving order items into our order item table. Okay, and after we are doing the Stripe thing, this is all the related to Stripe, and we are sending the session URL, and the session URL will be, the user will be redirected to session URL and he will complete the payment. Okay, so where we were, handle checkout, we don't need anything, we just need, we'll call the API to create order. And what is the API? We'll call the endpoint, and our endpoint is checkout/checkout. Okay, let's see if we have installed Axios or not into our application. Yes, we have. So let's call await, and let's see if our API is working or not. Const data is equal to await axios.post /checkout simply, and with data, and the data is customer ID, which is supabase.auth.session.id, not .id, .user. And customer email. Those two things we need to send to our request body. Simply what it is saying. Okay, what is the problem here? Okay, and we will wrap it around try catch block so that we can handle errors more nicely. Okay, let's log the error to the console. Okay, let's see, and let's log the data we are receiving from the endpoint to check if it is working or not. Let's go. So we have currently 2 products, and let's see. We will click, let's refresh this first. Okay, and let's click on checkout button. Okay, it shows could not be found. Why? Okay, because it is not checkout, it is API.checkout. Now it will work. Why? It is showing us internal server error. Yeah, it is sending customer email, customer ID. Why it is showing internal server error? Let's see. Axios error. Why is that? Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out what is happening. Okay. customer ID customer. Okay. Okay, this is a strange error. I have a code Next.js config. Let's see the console, what is happening. Okay, error Supabase key is required. Good. So you can see in the console here. So environment, if we see secret key, and this is the error which is, I think, done by here. Next public Supabase new Supabase key is required. So let's rename this. Okay, why is the error coming? Because we have not restarted our application after doing modification in environment variable. It's always necessary to restart our server. Okay, that's why it's showing error. Let's go again. Encountered two children with same key, and an key should be unique. Where it is? Active section layout card page. Inside the card page, okay, there's something. Okay, so simply product ID. Product ID is same, I think. Yeah. Yeah, now it's good. So let's click on checkout button. Let's see what's going on now. Yeah, different error this time. Error fetching cart items. So this time the error is different. Cheers. Good. So we are not able to select the cart items. Why is that? Let's log the error, or instead dot message order creation error dot message. This is how our errors will be more descriptive, what is happening or what is not. And Stripe secret key is instead says Supabase secret key. Okay, now let's do it again. Column product. Okay, what had happened? Column product dot stock image does not exist. Okay. Okay, because we have not put a column, a comma here. That's the mistake. Now I think it will work. Yeah. So now the different error. Now this error is not from Supabase. Now the error comes from Stripe. Let's see. Stripe invalid request. URL must begin with HTTP or HTTPS. Good. So next public. Okay. So here we have not specified the next public URL, which is as of now HTTP localhost 3000. Okay, That's what the error. Now let's go. We can move this into the try catch block so that we can see what's happening around. We can move it into the try catch and we can see res.status. Okay, instead of yeah, so let's do it again and let's restart the server because we have changed the environment variables. So click on checkout button. Again, in order to use you must set an account or business name. Now it is saying that in order to check out. Now I have already created an account with Stripe, so I will use those Stripe keys, and you can also use those your keys. Okay, you can go and create a demo account for your use case. I already have account, so I will use that keys. Where are the keys? Stripe secret key. Here it is. This is my Stripe secret key. Now it will work. Now let's see. Okay, okay, I have to restart my server again. Again, some another error. Okay, session.url. Session is not defined. Oh, why is that? Okay. We have to put this into this. Let's do it again. Yeah, this time it worked. 200 status code. This is our session URL. Good job. Okay. Now we can use this URL to redirect the user. Okay, and we can see we have received session URL, and we will just what we will do, router dot, we will use a const router is equal to use router, and we will, okay, what is happening here? Okay, we have to call this hook at top level. Okay, that's router dot push, and what it is, data dot session URL. Simple. And if no data, then just return it. Return a toast message dot error creating order. Simple. Now you will see the payment page. Click on checkout button. It worked. It redirected us to the Stripe page, and this is our product are showing all our product and all our images. Our price 300, and you can see all of these product are inserted into our tables with a pending status code. You will see the order all are pending order. Okay, and the latest one is here it is. where it is, and order items are also created. You see all the order items has been created, and our current cart contains these 3 items. The product quantities are 111, so that these are 111, and all the product has 100, where are price is 100, so that $100 is price. Okay, so now we can make a payment here. So Stripe has demo card, which is 44444444. It is not 444242, and demo 1212 123, and you can put anything here, and you can select your country and put any demo details here, and you will click on pay, and it will confirm your payment. Let's see this. Yeah, our payment is successful. Good job. And it has redirected us to our success true page. So we have created an order successfully, and now our part is what our part is remaining, taking this data, which order is successfully done, or the payment for which order has been successfully done. We have to take that order ID and update its status. Okay, so to update its status, we have to use a webhook. Okay, how the webhook works, it is shown here. Here you will see fulfillment. If you go to this fulfillment page, you will see post webhook, all the details here, and if you click on node, here you will see all the details. So now our order has been successfully placed and the user has done the payment. The Stripe will send all the details of payment and all the details of the orders which we have specified in the payment intent and inside the session, like the order ID, and it will receive that data, and we will run some database query and update the status to success. And that's how our application will be completed. Okay, so let's implement the webhook also. So this is our checkout page. And here we can run a use effect hook for the first time if user has come to here, and we can say const query router dot query. Okay, and we can log this so that you will understand. So after the user has returned to our cart page, we will see what to do with it. Okay, so we will show some messages and confirmation messages, failed messages to the user. Let's see here. Okay, let's import use effect hook. So if we refresh this, you will see, okay, cart page division keys. Product dot name. Let's do product dot name. I think now it will not complain us. Yeah, you will see success is true. Okay, so if queries dot contains, not contains, if queries dot success order created successfully. If queries dot error, not error, we have specified where it is. in the checkout page. Here it is, the checkout page. Here we have specified in the line items cancel URL will be cancel equal to true. So if query.cancel is equal to 2, then error creating order. Try again later, we can say. And if the query is successful, then we can clear our cart. So clear our cart. And this function will come from cart context here. Clear cart. And we can clear our cart. Simple. And we can disable this warning because we only want to run this use effect only once. Okay. So success is true. Order created success. If we again refresh this, okay, and the cart will be cleared. And if it is failed, then user can again place an order simply. Okay, that's nice. So let's do this again, and let's see, add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. This time only 2 products are here. Okay, and let's go to cart. Let's click on checkout button, and it will redirect us to Stripe page. And quantity 2, quantity 1, as we have, and we can do the payment. And if we go to back, the cancel is true, the cart is here, and it doesn't show us the message. What is the thing it here? If cancel, queries.cancel. What is showing on? Let's see, log. Okay, so we can put it into this. Okay, so that's how error creating try generated. Okay, and if we do is success, then it will show us order created successfully, and it will remove our cart. That's all. That's how it is going. And let's disable. Because sometimes the router takes some time to render it. Okay, that's why we are, sometimes it is also null. Okay, so let's go create a webhook. So now we will create a webhook. Let's go here. Inside the pages API, and we will create a webhook. Stripe webhook. Stripe webhook. What is Stripe webhook? Stripe webhooks is after user has done something with Stripe. Stripe will notify us by sending us some data. Okay, take this data and think of what you want to do it with anything. Okay, you can update your database, you can send some emails, you can do anything with it. Okay, so same as checkout, we will load Stripe and we will import Supabase here. Okay, and we will also need Stripe webhook secret. Stripe webhook secret, and this thing you also get it from your Stripe dashboard. As I have already have an account, so I have got it from there. Okay, So I have this Stripe webhook secret, this one. So I have got this from my Stripe account. You can also create an account and get it from there. Here are some things you will need to think about. And okay, so let's see. Hmm. So we will do the same as we have done into our checkout. Export default async function checkout handler. We have here export async function. It will receive two methods, two parameters. If request.method is equal to post, then do the anything you want, otherwise not, and otherwise same. You can use this. Okay. Now here is a catch. Stripe send us some data with, okay, look how GitHub Copilot suggesting us everything we need to do. But it is not fully correct. Okay, it is not fully correct, but it is trying to suggest us some suggestions. Okay, so Stripe request contains a secret. Okay, so we have to first check that this data is coming from a secure source or trusted source or not. So, and also we have to Stripe send us some data in raw format. Okay, so we have to, like, we don't have to parse the request body. Okay, we have to use it as raw body. Okay, so you will see what I'm saying. So we want raw body, not parsed body. So you will see here Stripe body parser. So body parser.raw. So what it does is it doesn't convert, or it doesn't parse the body request body. So to do this here, we will use something called buffer. Okay, we will create a function which I have taken from here. You can see it here. You can go to this URL. How do I get a raw body of serverless function? So this is buffer, and it will get, and it will return us the raw body. So this is a function we will use to get the buffer. Okay, so you can, I will put this code into my GitHub readme.md, and you will find it there. So what it does is it just returns us a raw body. Just remember that for now. Don't try to think about it as much. Just remember that we need raw body. So to require raw body, we use this function. So buffer is equal to await and buffer request body. And what we will do is we need raw body, and we can get this by toString, and we can specify the UTF-8 here. UTF-8. If encoding is UTF-8, a byte sequence, okay, so you can get it from here. So this is the code. You can read more about it here by going to this. It is given on the Vercel website. You can service. So this is what we have done over here. We need a raw body and we will use this function. And let's also modify the config. Body parsers is for, because body parsers, what body parser does is body parsers parse over body. Okay, that's why we don't want to parse it. We just need raw, and we can get a stripe signature, which is request header, which is given us by stripe signature like this, or we can call it sig for short form. Okay, now we will first verify that the secret and this is coming from a successful source. So we can run a try catch block, and what we can do is we can event is equal to stripe dot webhooks. Here is stripe. So stripe dot webhooks dot construct event. All of this you can read it here. Where it is? Here it is. Event stripe dot webhook construct. So you can copy it here like this. Simple. Not a big deal. Stripe dot construct event. It will construct the event. It will take payload. It will take the, what is payload? Payload is our raw body. Okay. Payload is our raw body. The signature and endpoint secret. And endpoint secret is stripe webhook secret. Or we can even call it endpoint secret. Let's do this. So this takes 3 arguments and it will give us an event, and if not, it will throw us a 40400 error with the status code 40400. What is that? That you are not trusted, you are sending us some malicious data. And now we can use switch case statement and we can do anything we want. So event dot type is equal to charge dot succeeded, which means the user has successfully charged from his card from his any payment method. So what we can do is we don't need anything. We just need it. You can handle as many as events here you can. Okay. As of now, we are just handling just charge succeeded event, which means the user has been charged all the amount. Okay. And after this, we can make a function which is fulfill order. And we can make a function here, async function fulfill order. It will get event data, and what it does is same. It will update our table Supabase dot from order table dot update. What it means to update? Order status not fulfilled. We have defined it as success, and it is capital, I think. Okay, it is capital or not? Let's see where it is. Success. Okay, and where we need to update is equal to the ID. So the ID of the order, which is event dot data dot object dot order ID, not object, event data. So this is the data, and this is metadata as we have given it. Okay, in the checkout you can see here metadata is order id. So from here the Stripe will send us that this order id has successfully placed a payment or successfully done a payment. So we will receive that order id here. Event data dot metadata, here it is, metadata dot order id and update this status to success. That's how we will get to know that this order has been placed successfully. Okay, from order update this equal to id is equal to this. So let's go. We have successfully created webhook listener. Okay, now we have to listen this to our webhook. Okay, so how we will do that? So let's see how we will do that. So let's open the terminal and listen to the webhook. Okay, first we have to restart our server again because we have modified our environment file. Not net telegram, terminal. So here is our terminal. I have already installed the Stripe CLI, so you can also do the same. So you can listen to Stripe webhook like this: forward to local host 3000/API/Stripe webhook. Okay, now it will give us a Stripe webhook secret like this, which is I have already used in my environment file. Here it is 33EC388. So you can receive your. Okay, and now if we do anything with our application, like does a payment or failed a payment or succeeded charge, so it will notify us. So let's see. Add to cart. All of 3 products had 1, and this product final has 2 products. So okay, let's see side by side. So you will be amazed how this all magic is magic. This is all magic, you can say it. So let's do this. We are finalizing our website. Okay, let's see this. We'll create cart, we will place a order, we will create a checkout. Okay, click on checkout. We can set a loading state and we can show loading. Here you will see payment intent.created. Okay, so you can see all the product here. Now we will do a payment 444. You can select any city you live. After the payment has been successful, our order will be placed as successful. See, payment require action, charge succeeded, failed to post this contact deadline headers. Yeah, so our Stripe webhook is working, but it is showing some error. Let's see. First let's check the Supabase tables updated or not. Let's go to order, success. Let's see, success. So this is how we have successfully completed a fully stack e-commerce application with payment integration, with Next.js, with Tailwind CSS and everything. And let's see here. Okay, let's return this. Okay, return. Okay, and after doing this, we have to send a return response. That's why the terminal is showing the error. Okay, we have to send a status code of 200 here. Status that we have done our things and the table has been updated successfully. Let's see again. Let's do another order. Okay. Let's purchase another, add to cart, only emerging product. Okay, this time cart. Let's click on checkout. You can show loading state or spinner, anything you want. Okay, so here we are on the Stripe page. We have put our card detail, and let's go. Let's click on payment, and you will see the magic. You will see the magic. 200 post payment, all 200. Okay, now after the user has charged success, now our function will work. Order created successfully. And as of now, if we go into our tables in our order, the user, you will be able to see this success message, and you will be able to see this order. Okay, and then what you can do is you can create a page. You can create a page, that order page, and you can show all the product which are successful done by doing just a request, and you can select those orders, and you can show all the orders related to that order ID, and you can do all other things. We have done all the main functionality inside the application, and that's how we will be ending this live stream. Okay, so thank you everyone who have been watching this live stream, and I hope you will get to know anything. You will understand a lot of things inside this application building, and you can do many things. As of now, you can create an admin page where you will be able to see all the products, and you can also update the stock real time if you want to. You can also deploy this project, and if you want me to create a next video on this topic, or upload, or if you want to me to create another video on deploying this full stack web application, or anything you need, just comment and also give any feedback. Okay, next time we will be building an Instagram full stack clone with same tech stack, but this time we will be using Firebase, and we will see all the other things like security, like photo uploading, follow and follow feature, and many things. Okay, so please do subscribe and share it with your friend, and if you have learned anything, just comment it out. Thank you very much.